They want to still to check who you are, where do you come from, whether you've got previous conviction, pending cases, and so on and so on. Where do you stay? So on the 10th of September, if all these are finished, then there's a possibility that your legal representative will apply for you to be released on bail.
European soccer's governing body UEFA has escalated its battle with FIFA. In its filed document under US law, UEFA has signed that it may pursue criminal charges against FIFA officials, including President Gianni Infantino. The case centers on a shelved plan to shift World Cup and Club World Cup rights to a FIFA-forward enterprise. UEFA has accused claims Infantino pushed the deal in secret, bypassing FIFA's Council, confederations and member associations. The filing requests the U.S. court to authorize the discovery from the two Florida-based FIFA entities. UEFA argues they may have documents and witnesses on how the plan was built and approved. Recapping the top story, taxi boss Joe Sibanyoni says he raised concerns with former police minister Bheki Cele about a cartel he believed was operating from the farm of the late taxi boss Mswazi Msibi. I am on Delambana for SAfm News Headlines at 1:30.
Your right to live had been denied. It's okay. There, I see it. Paul Hardcastle. Because it's not technically, I mean, if you listen to the full circle, then you know I don't take you down, the golden oldies route like this. So obviously the guess was, when Bridget's going, "Gonja, what's the song?" It's because it's a choice. That is someone else's responsibility. But it's a beautiful song nonetheless.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the song. Good afternoon, by the way. It is the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, and we're having our fabulous SAfm 90 Years of Conversation with a special guest today who's going to be co-hosting, and the person who selected today's opening song, you know him by Mandla Sean. Did you have a radio voice, by the way? How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm good.
I don't know. You know, sometimes people say we have two voices as broadcasters.
Yes.
We have, in fact, three. Your normal voice, your phone voice, and your behind the mic voice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you have a behind the voice?
No, one voice.
One voice.
One voice.
I'm the same. Because,
Yeah.
it takes so much effort.
Yeah, you go,
And we actually had him here a couple of months ago, and he listens to the show. Okay, let's talk about the song that you chose today.
Yeah.
Give us some context.
Goodness, it's about thinking about people that have come and gone.
Okay.
And all of us have lost somebody somewhere along the line, and it's always good to remember, whether they're good people or bad people. It's like when you visit the graves, to go and see them, and talk to them, because you believe that they can hear you. When you don't have anybody to talk to, and you need some to vent, if you want, or to free yourself, so you can be better. You always remember. Yeah. So they may be gone, but they will never be forgotten.
I mean, can I be nosy and pry a little bit, since it is a song that evokes a memory of sort of someone near and dear, or just a very close frenemy? So for you, when you play it, does it evoke a memory of someone in particular, a particular time?
Gee, that's a lot, man. I've lost a lot of my dad. Yeah. I wish he lived longer. Yeah. To see me grow, to teach me lessons that I need to know as a young man growing up. Because sadly, black people, many of us don't have our present fathers. We get lost somewhere. There are mistakes that we make.
Yeah.
There are mistakes that we could have avoided. We make bad choices from time to time, and you end up learning from neighbors, so all the people that you meet. I think especially young men, to be a man is a lot of work. And when those people are not there, you find, I think, the challenges we have today.
Yeah.
Because the father figure seems to be missing. Hence, there's a company I know up here in Felons. They are busy working at Build It the Boy Child, because they seem to have been left behind, to make them understand family values, how to respect people, because lately it's like it's a pandemic. Young people tend to be disrespectful. I don't know.
Yeah.
They forget the places. So if we have a lot of fathers who look at that, it's getting there. It's getting there, because it's nice to see men doting at their kids.
Absolutely. He's such a radio broadcaster. Or actually now he's not engaging his broadcasting brain. He's engaging his politician brain. Let's take a quick pause. We'll come back on the other side. Pramandla is co-hosting with us, so he's here for the entire afternoon. The conversations continue. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line.
Scholar Transport drivers. Every winter morning, our children depend on you to get them to school safely. But overloaded vehicles and rushing against time puts lives at risk. Remember, our children are not cargo. Overloading reduces your ability to stop on wet or icy roads. Drive responsibly. Arrive safely. Protect every child, every trip. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
We've spent the month of August remembering the journey. Now, let us talk about what the journey means. This Monday, 5 voices come together to reflect on our extraordinary journey. Professor Gilbert Mutsatebe, Advocate Robin Siulal, Professor Sisanda Nkwala, Ms. Nada Wachela, GE SABC Radio, and Ms. Judy Nwakedi, former MD of SABC PBS. The SAFM 90th Anniversary Roundtable Discussion, a conversation about history, broadcasting, transformation, and the future. Monday, the 31st of August, on The Daily Discourse. 90 years behind us, the future in front of us, only on SAFM. Still leading the conversations that move us.
The Minister of Human Settlements, Thembi Simelane, will close the 2026 Women's Month by hosting a Women in the Human Settlements Sector dialogue. Convened under the theme Value Chain Opportunities for Women in the Human Settlements Sector, Empowered Women Empower the Nation. The dialogue will provide an evidence-based platform for reflection, reconnection and forward commitment on women's economic empowerment in the human settlements sector, including the recently issued Human Settlements Policy Directive in response to the gender-based violence and femicide. Tune into the National Pulse with Ashraf Gada on Monday, the 31st of August, for more on this important dialogue.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Oh my goodness, she's been patiently standing by. Sibahle Mota, how are you doing? Oh, all right. We're still trying to get Sibahle on the line. Lots of moving pieces today. It's a full-packed studio. We're going to be in conversation in a moment for full access with the stars of Umthetho. It is Law versus Family. Which one would you choose? Ngobile Kamedze, he's going to be joining us alongside SK Khoza, actor and actress, the leads in this particular production that has taken streaming viewers by really just by surprise at how incredible this entire piece is from beginning to end. Sibahle is ready for us. Sibahle, I'm trying to recalibrate my brain because there's a lot of moving parts. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Only a pleasure. I'm not alone in studio today. I'm with Uputmandla Shongwe. He's going to be co-hosting with us. Okay, let's get to, what day are we on? Day 169 of the Madlanga Commission. Talk about a surprise development and a surprise guest. I was not expecting Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni to be coming to the commission today.
Not at all. And I think when he even started his testimony, I was just wondering how, when he started about the taxi industry, how would that ultimately link to what the commission has actually detailed in its investigations. But I mean, the key highlights that he puts before the commission is the fact that, political killings are things that are known about in the taxi industry, where you find that certain taxi operators employ hitmen to sort of settle their own scores because of turf wars or anything like that. But he also, draws the link between the taxi associations and, the hitmen, as well as police officials who may subsequently be proxies in this industry. And ultimately, he then draws it back to these alleged criminal cartel members, where he says he's even written to former police minister Bheki Cele to highlight, political killings that are taking place. And ultimately what he told Bheki Cele is the fact that there seems to be some senior police officials and alleged criminal cartel members who are gathering at a farm in Tshwane, and this was Mswazi Msibi's farm. And ultimately, these are cartels who are even controlling service delivery in the city of Tshwane. And when he's asked to produce such evidence, he's like, I don't really have evidence, but people have informed me about such. And I mean, this is something that he says that shouldn't be taken lightly, especially taking his position in the taxi industry.
What's also of interest for me, and I think maybe before we even get on what's of interest for me, just some context around why it was important for the commission to bring Joe Sibanyoni. His name has been brought up quite a bit, including his brother, right, having taken the stand at some point.
No, definitely. And I think one of the people who has definitely somehow highlighted his or Sibanyoni's position at the commission is Sergeant Faningosi, where he would ultimately just mention him, and also about the City of Tshwane contracts. And as you know, Sergeant Faningosi was somebody who was like an intermediary, a middleman, who was seemingly acting in the interests of the alleged cartel, senior police officials, and this taxi business. And, so I guess that's why he is being linked and he's been investigated by the commission. But what is quite apparent is seemingly this rivalry that seems to exist between him and the late Mswazi Msibi, where he even alleges that one of his assassination attempts he believes was Mswazi Msibi who was behind it, So he paints a very, very gruesome picture, and even at some point even alleges that Katiso Katie Molefe as well as Vusmuzi Ket Matlala were assassins or hitmen who were working on behalf of Mswazi Msibi. So it's been quite an interesting morning and afternoon. And I guess, what the Madlanga Commission is ultimately looking for is the evidence to some of the allegations that he's making.
Considering the fact that at the crux of this commission is an investigation into criminality and criminal infiltration into the justice system in the country, it is interesting that Joe Sibanyoni, alongside Avusikat Matlala, have been the two characters that have been almost placed in proxy by South Africans, since we don't have real hardcore evidence that they are the ringleaders in this quote-unquote Big Five cartel.
No, definitely. And, their names keep popping up, and especially that of Vusmuzi Ket Matlala. And if you remember, Matlala has been linked to so much. The Medicare 24 tender, this alleged attempted murder case with his former girlfriend. But one name that, when you think about it, that we haven't really heard about is that of Katiso Katie Molefe, right? We heard about it only during the testimony of, the PKTT and that murder of Armand Swart. And it seems again that it is emerging again in this testimony that is being brought forward by Sibanyoni. And I guess maybe he'll also detail more reasons as to why he believes that Molefe may have been part of this cartel ring or part of the members of the cartel. And these are the names that are seemingly popping up, and we will just see as he proceeds with his testimony just how far even Katiso Katie Molefe's influence may extend.
It's interesting also for me, Bramandla, just listening to some of the statements this morning that he was giving, right? He alludes to that, he read that WhatsApp that he sent to the former Minister Kele, seemingly wanting him to intervene in some taxi industry mishigas that were happening. It says there that he's got firm evidence that speaks to cartels that are running something. But I found it interesting that he himself, who's been labeled allegedly as a ring-leading cartel boss in the taxi industry, is also somehow fearful to name. Advocate Matthew Charkelson asked him repeatedly, so who is the cartel that you are talking about here? And then suddenly he's like, I don't know anybody. I don't have real evidence. It was interesting because I think that says a lot about what we don't understand about how volatile the taxi industry is. And
it is. And it's very certain that a man of the law would be involved in, taxis, for that matter. Because as far as I can recall, they were not allowed to be involved in this kind of business.
Yeah.
Knowing how volatile it is.
Yeah.
To see that it goes as far as Bopeki Kele, there's lots to be worried about.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Smahle, is he going to proceed for the remainder of the day? I'm presuming so.
No, definitely he will be proceeding for the remainder of the day, and he may come back, I think, in September for further testimony and cross-examination, because there's quite a lot that the commission needs to ask him, so it could better get an understanding of this picture of the alleged cartel, as well as forming its conclusions regarding his evidence.
Just paint me a picture quickly, especially as we wrap up. Uti kunjani in the Bridget Mabandla Justice Center today, because I saw when they were going on a break, some of the sneaky cameramen panned the room to show us us what we would suspect to be the various armed or securities of Joe Sibanyoni. And he seemed like he was 10 men deep in security.
I mean, he has quite a lot of security detail, but also the commission also employs its own security, which at the end of the day, if you sit through the commission, you'll see them doing various checks each and every day when the commission ends. So it's not just his own security detail, but I think what this highlights is that they don't want to take any chances, particularly towards the commissioners and anybody who is in the venue. And as well, I mean, they need to ensure that it's quite safe, taking into consideration the amount of things that Sibanyoni is saying. And I think we've also discussed this, Bridget, to say at times these witnesses come before the commission to sort of settle their own scores, you know. So a lot of the evidence that we've seen is allegations that we don't really have the hardcore evidence. So I get that the commission is not going to try and take any chances regarding his testimony today.
Shoo, Smash-a-Mota, we always appreciate the time. What a way to round up the week. We'll see you next week. Have an incredible weekend. It's about a minute to go before the bottom of the hour. We just want to get our guest in and settled. So we're going to take a short promo and then we'll come back into the headline news. Okay, we can't do that. There's a lot happening today.
It's Friday.
It's Friday. And you know, normally our Fridays, our Fridays, feet up, relax, hands behind our heads. We don't stress on a Friday.
Got to the weekend.
But today we've got one too many guests and one too less mics and trying to rejig what everything must be like. So our poor technician Uzalma is sweating through every pore, working overtime, trying to figure it out. But Ondela is on standby for the headline news. So we're going to get to. Should we, Ondela, I'm just going to be the liner for you today as we get into the news headlines nice and dry. Ondela Mbana bringing you the 1:30 headlines.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, Acting Police Minister Feroz Kachalia says South Africa has recorded a decline in murder and several other serious contact crimes in the first quarter of the 2026-27 financial year. Taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni says he raised concerns with former Police Minister Bheki Cele about a cartel he believed was operating from the farm of the late taxi boss Mswazi Msibi, and the U.S. Immigration Enforcement Agency, ICE, has signed a multi-million-dollar deal to buy 6,000 gloves that can deliver electric shocks. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
In case you missed it,
15 years ago, people in Johannesburg weren't getting water from tanks. The roads were not in the state that they are in. We expect this to be a world-class city. This is no longer a world-class city, and it has been utterly destroyed by effectively political leadership. I don't always agree with Helen. I don't agree with the foreign policy. But of the candidates sitting on the table, she's the best we have.
Professor Adam Habib, Vice-Chancellor of SOAS University of London.
That was National Briefing this morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. SAfm.
Cape Verde, West Africa. An island nation in the Atlantic Ocean, located off the western coast of Africa near Senegal and Mauritania. A country shaped by the sea, volcanic islands, ocean winds, and a culture carried through music. Portuguese is the official language. Cape Verdean Creole gives rhythm to everyday life.
It's more than likely, Tsetse, that you're being described up and down the country at the moment as a communist.
There is no truth in that as far as I'm concerned. It is just that in South Africa, if you're not doing what the government expects you to do, then you are a communist, of course.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za. www.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAFM Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
Okay, it's it's Thembiso Khoza laying down the law this afternoon. So we're going to begin this conversation exactly there. We've got the stars of Netflix Umthetho joining us in studio, Nqobile Nunu Gamedze, and of course Thembiso Khoza joining us, both actors and leads in this particular production that has done so well. Let's start with that. Let's start with that because 2 seconds before we go on air, he goes, guys, it's Thembiso and Washington tone. Suddenly,
yeah, like I mean, guys, Nqobile is Nqobile Gamedze, man.
He did. He did. And then you and I were like, Kanjani ngoba phela we grew up knowing you as. Okay, talk to us about how we got to SK versus Thembiso.
Yeah. So I've always just been SK when I got onto Channel O. You were there with me, Brie, right? Yeah. It was SK. The surname actually didn't matter then. Yes. It was new presenter on Channel O, SK. Mm-hmm. And then people wanted to know, what does SK stand for? Then I said, it stands for Thembiso Khoza. Manje, today I'm SK Khoza. It doesn't make sense. Because SK stands for Thembiso Khoza. So yeah, okay. just to say, guys, because you got to remember your parents at the end of the day. Yeah. SK. So I always have to remember what people come to Thembiso, so I must love it. Yeah. You know, it's just that white people, can't say the words Thembiso. So that's why SK came about.
Okay, it's interesting, and I mean it's obviously it's your name. You must have principle over it.
Yeah.
It's interesting though because you hear these stories, but Mandla from like Hollywood stars at times about how their names morphed into something. Yeah. Like Denzel Washington is actually Denzel, the color Denzel, like we know it. Yeah. But people just called him Denzel. Yeah. And so they've just kind of gone with it because the brand went with it.
Aye.
So you decided never mind.
Nabazali, guys.
But don't you see SK as a brand name?
No, SK is a brand. No, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
SK is a brand, though.
Yeah.
But SK Khoza.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Is redundant for me because it means I'm Thembiso Khoza now. I have to remember that.
Okay.
So as a brand, no, guys, SK Khoza, it's fine. Ning palaganjalo, you understand? What can I do? Yes, owner.
Nqobile, how are you?
I'm very well. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming through. Okay, so let's get this out of the way. What are you going by all your names?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Igama lami uNqobile Gamedze.
I've
been called Nunu since I was about 12.
Yeah. Okay.
But Nunu as well, I think, became the name because Abelungu cannot do the click.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's not my name.
Okay.
Igama lami uNqobile.
Nqobile. Nunu falls away.
Can I tell you, man, Abelungu, they call me Mandela.
Mandela.
They can't say
Mandela. Yeah, so you understand.
Yeah.
No, but we've been understanding for a long time. But I think also you get tired of being called inaccurately.
Yeah.
You know, and you're allowed to get tired as well. Like Nqobile.
Yeah.
It's Thembiso.
Yeah.
No, true. Very true.
You get what I mean?
Yeah.
And you can say it.
No, true. And we had a guest a few weeks ago. We went on an outside broadcast and we were talking to a technician, completely unrelated fields, technology and innovation. And he had a Nguni name that was Xhosa orientated. I forget what it was now. But there was a Zulu word that is very similar. But the Zulu word translates into a vulgar word. But the Xhosa word is something different. So my brain kept on jigging to the Zulu word.
I get you.
And he said to me, he's like, you know what, Bridge? There are moments when I forgive it because I know it's not intentional. Like, so if someone's trying to say my name and they stumble, when I know there's no malice and intent to it, it's fine because you were trying. But when I can see actually you were just taking the mickey out of it.
Of course. And it does happen. I mean, not to just mention, but just out of the way, utumsane mpepe. Sibongo sakho mpepe, guys.
Yeah. Nah.
You know what I mean?
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Hey, congratulations, by the way, on this series.
Thank you.
Yeah, we had to offer up there.
All right, let's talk about Mteto, guys.
Talk about the series,
brain,
right?
and
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
And I tweeted. I watched it in one day.
Oh, thank you.
I did.
Love that.
And I tweeted and I said everything about it is a 10. The casting.
Yes.
The cinematography, the direction, the soundtrack, story. It's all a 10. I'm going to put you on pause because when you're an OG in this game. Talk to me. How did this come about? Did you audition? Did you?
Yes. I auditioned. They were auditioning for 2 months already. Nobody had called me. I was freaking out. But I had to accept, If it's not yours, it's not yours. An email came through. I went for an audition. I had a chemistry test, and then they confirmed me, and then we had to start preparing and doing all the things. But I definitely did go through a process before I was confirmed, and it was the adventure of a lifetime. Yeah.
It really seems like an adventure of a lifetime.
Just to add on to what she said, she did chemistry tests with a lot of Zolas, but never with me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I never did a chemistry test with her, but I mean.
Somehow
maybe
they
that's
knew.
why. Maybe that's why I got it. Yeah, I mean, I was 204 out of all the guys that auditioned for Zola, but
204.
I still have the number right in front of my bed. I kept it there for the past year because I just knew somehow, some way, and when I got it, I kept it there. I didn't want to take it away.
Yeah. Wow.
And we met each other just after her audition. She was coming out. I was actually about to go in.
Yeah.
And we looked at each other and I said, I'd love to work with you. I've never worked with you before. And so when I heard her today, earlier, telling me that she had chemistry tests, I'm like, but you never had one with me. Why didn't I get a chemistry test?
Maybe someone was peeping through the audition room as that moment happened. Because these casting directors can be sneaky at times.
That is true. It wasn't just me and him. He was with 2 members from the production company.
You see? So maybe they caught that slight, because sometimes you don't need a lot. You just need that slight and you go, those are the people.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just feel for her because when you do chemistry tests is because they already knew who Bali was going to be, which Mobile was going to play the character. But then they used Mobile to find Uzola.
Yes.
But they never found me. They just...
Serendipitous.
But I mean, just to add on, we both did audition. And here we are today.
There you are today. Let's take a quick pause. We'll be back on the other side. It's 22 at 2 o'clock on the Full Circle.
Welcome to the SABC Radio Archives. For over a century, we've passionately captured South Africa's heartbeat, preserving historic moments,
for the healing of the wounds has come.
Iconic music, and compelling storytelling from all 19 SABC radio stations, ensuring these priceless recordings shape future generations. Explore a century of South African heritage waiting to be rediscovered. Visit the SABC Information Library and Radio Archives online or call us directly at 011-714-3936 or email lishilosj@sabc.co.za. SABC Libraries and Archives, preserving the past, supporting the present, inspiring the future.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAFM 90 years.
Good day. My name is Debo Hokas, Chairperson of Public Interest SA. Congratulations to SAFM on reaching the remarkable milestone of 90 years of public broadcasting. For generations of South Africans, SAFM has been a trusted source of news, analysis, and informed public discourse. It has played an important role in strengthening our democracy by giving voice to diverse perspectives and keeping citizens informed on the issues that matter most. As you celebrate this historic anniversary, I wish the entire SAFM team continued success.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Here's the thing about insurance. You only find out how good it is when it's time to claim. Without insurance, you've got that peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, and confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OUTsurance has the lowest overturned ratio of complaints. Isn't it time you switch to the insurer where you always get something out? Well, call 08 600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
90 years of conversations. Recaptured, relived, and projected. SAfm.
A case that you could help us with. It's your brother. My brother died 14 years ago.
Gaslam! Gaslam, ke meleko. Mara wamba mbukhohle ukuthi ubani uMaqhuzula.
This is not the same person we knew.
He's my brother. That brother that you used to know. Akasekho.
Sinethuba lokusebenzisa lo mfana as leverage. Siwise Gaslam no Moses. Finish the club.
Moses ufuna ukuthi sibuhlungu akazabuza. Like it or not, princess, you're coming with me.
Funan.
Arina moto kama Gaslam. I need to get out of here. Gaslam! Manje isikhathi sokuthi ngiphathe kuwo wonke amadanyana.
Get your brother out of the hole, or they will kill him.
Wakhona yonke le nto.
The innocent man died because of your life.
Iyodwa indlela yokuphuma la. Bhokisi.
I cannot. My producer snuck it in. Okay.
I believe this was a lot of people's favorite scene, and I get it. You know, when we were on set shooting, me and SK were shooting, and the crew was behind the monitors, and they were all like, you can't see me right now, but they were like geeking out. They were like, and me and SK were like, what is going on? They're like, no, you guys don't understand what we're watching. So we knew from like set vibes, there's something special going on here.
100%, yeah. I mean, the fact that we actually didn't even rehearse the dance. Let's start there. Like, I remember you saying, I'm not a really good dancer. I said, just follow my lead. You'll be fine. But then you can never tell.
Yeah.
Literally, there was no need for a director to come back and say, hey guys, like, it's insane. Like, we clicked, and it literally was just cameras roll and let the music. And it's rare to shoot a show, because usually the music that's played in the background during the shoot is not the same. That's why you can see people dancing to my piano, but they're moving like it's R&B sometimes.
It's
and
true.
you're like, why are they moving slow but the song is fast? What Black Brain did with Umthetho in that scene is amazing. Melissa, Mandla, guys, come on with it. You played the same song that we did the scene with exactly on the show as well.
Shout out to Zonke as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the song, baby girl. Yeah.
I love this story about sort of, because you know why I love it? I don't know how to dance. Just follow me. It speaks to the authenticness of how when you guys stepped on the set, you stepped in as characters. So her character probably would have said, I don't know how to dance. And you would have said, follow my lead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They should have kept that in, because I'm sure the mics caught it.
I mean, it was behind, but I mean, I think it works because
before action.
Yeah, it was before action. But it actually works because he tries to pull her at first, and then because he says if you really like a song, then you should dance to it. But he's willing to say okay, sharp. But he's like hoping she'll come and dance with him. Like, and then obviously Oros comes and whispers something in his ear, and nobody knows what Oros says, you know. And in that moment, it's Oros saying, "Hey, be careful of this one. Don't forget that she's Moses' bride." Yeah. He was being their besties, right?
Yeah.
And it kind of, it's like when your friends say, "Hey, Miege," it's when you want the person more, guys. You know when they say, "Mutlugele," and literally because then he goes back. And then he doesn't take no for an answer. And then history was made. And Zonke's song will ever be embroidered in people's mind through us. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. I love it. Let's take a quick...
When you say follow your lead, I find sometimes as actors, if your chemistry is not there, it becomes difficult to get into character.
Oh, 100%.
And help each other out. Because there are times when your lines just escape you.
Salute.
And you find that
when your lines escape you use your face and your eyes.
You know what I mean? Because when you say follow my lead, obviously you can see that she needs a bit of help to carry it through in such a way that we, the audience, we don't see it.
100%, 100%.
We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and just sort out that buzz. There's a little bit of reverb from our headphones into our mics. A lot of live mics, a lot of headphones all at the same time. So let's take a quick pause. We'll come back on the other side.
Remember the first time your soul felt alive? Or the last time music moved you so deeply you didn't want it to end? That feeling is calling you back. You're officially invited to come experience soulful performances from global icons Kamasi Washington, Temba and Africam Kize, Nubaya Garcia, Ibrahim Malouf, Judith Supuma, Angelique Kidjo, Ndabo Zulu, Melanie Skolch, Floetry, Tandiswa Mazwai, and 40 world-class acts. 4 incredible stages of the Santon Convention Center. 1 unforgettable experience at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. 25th to 26th September. This is Jazz Reignited. Get your weekend pass now via Ticketmaster. In case you missed it,
in 2002, 2003, he took out the lyric of the song and he made us write poems.
Sounds familiar, eh?
Today I'm grateful because we didn't commit crime, we were not stealing, we were just good kids that were listening to reggae but not knowing that we were learning something to stay away from trouble.
That is amazing, Sapi. That's a great story. Thank you for sharing so much.
And also, Sapi, just before you go, this is a wild step in the dark, right? And he used to speak quite slowly because he used to smoke the herb, didn't he? Was he smoking the herb?
He was.
That was the Alternative Breakfast.
The Minister of Human Settlements, Thembi Simelane, will close the 2026 Women's Month by hosting a Women in the Human Settlements Sector Dialogue, convened under the theme Value Chain Opportunities for Women in Human Settlements. Empowered Women, Empower the Nation. The dialogue will provide an evidence-based platform for reflection, reconnection and forward commitment on women's economic empowerment in the human settlements sector, including the recently issued Human Settlements Policy Directive in response to gender-based violence and femicide. Tune in to the National Pulse with Ashraf Gada on Monday, the 31st of August, for more on this important dialogue.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, so, I mean, we spoke about, 204.
I know, right?
204. But
crazy.
You've done so many characters, and you're brilliant in everything that you do. What was it about this particular production? And was it a case of the story or maybe a host of other things in the bucket that made you say, I actually want to go after this one? I want to
play this guy. Funny enough, firstly, may he rest in peace, but I got this role going to Oscar Madluputu's memorial service, which was done by Black Brain. And because I worked with him on Black Door, and he was one of the guys who, you make a lot of friends on set, but only a few become sisters and brothers like you have. And I remember saying to Mandla, "Hey, Ntwana Spani, boy." Was it mean okay? And then in 4 hours later, I got the script for Uzola. Military background. My brother used to be in the army.
Oh.
I remember when I used to visit Abdul, the look that I have in the picture, I wish I could find it right now, that I took with him at the army. Abdul's look is the military, no beard. So that was the first click for me when Babala said, "So I want to go," I was like, yeah, I want him to look like he's been part of the military. And just his mannerism and the way that he is, for me, came from experiencing what my brother was like when he came back from the army. So my story or character bio or character study became him that I'd done years ago already. Then I thought about Uzola and how he could have been as a kid. Uzola was the kid. 31 December. He takes that atomic Indian cricket, Chinese, and he keeps it until January till he goes back to school. And then when he goes back to school, he goes into the boys' bathroom and he puts it into the toilet. And you've seen this in movies, right? And then it explodes, and then he just comes out excited because it blew up and he's all wet, but he doesn't care that he's got detention because I just prayed. So forward to 20 odd years and he's in the army, and then he meets best friend Oros, and it's just like Oros is already all over the place. Zola had to be different. For me, Zola had to be the calm between the storm, because everybody else is such a storm on the show. She goes through the most storms, Umbali as well. And it was easy to be able for her to have a comfort with me. That is why I think our scenes were not played sexually. So shout out to Black Brain, shout out to Mteto, shout out to Melissa and Mandla for that, because we didn't make it too sexual. It was like, oh, I want them to have an happy ending. Oh, I want them to end up together. Maran, understand it, guys. Zola meets Mbali behind bars. So no matter how he looks at her, he's a criminal. He's there behind bars. But now we look at the story and we're like, wow, love can be found in so many different places. So you've got the justice system. You've got what's happening with him, to the loudness. For me, guys, I even cried watching my own scenes. I'm not even going to lie to you. I myself cried. I was like, boy, mfana, hello? So, yeah, I mean, there's nothing more I can say, yeah.
Did you have a boy mfana hello moment when you were looking at yourself, Nkobile?
There's a lot that I sympathize with in terms of the journey that Mbali had on this particular show. She had impossible choices to make. She made decisions, in situations where I don't know what I would do. Personally, I still don't know what I would do a year after shooting the show. Like I don't have a conclusion. So Umbali had an impossible journey, and but I'm proud of her. I know a lot of people are angry with Mbali. There's a lot of social media conversation about Ngzomshaya, Mbali should have died, etc., etc. But you're entertained. You're watching someone go through something. You're not actually living it. So I lived the journey to a certain extent, obviously, because someone called cut, and I went home and I ate custard and drank tea. But I lived Mbali's life for the better part of 4 months. So I sympathize with her. I love her. I endorse her. I'm sorry, but I endorse a lot of her decisions. It was only at the end of the series where she did something that I was like, I under no circumstances am I doing something like that.
So in this case, it's a question of business can mix with pleasure, with fairly happy results.
Well, I don't know if they were happy.
With pleasure.
I mean, you being a lawyer and you dating a criminal is probably what it means,
It's like oil and water.
Yeah.
Mbali and Zola kissed. That's the story.
That's what you're telling yourself.
No, that's the story. That's the story I told. Mbali and Zola kissed. So I love that everyone is like rooting for them, and
did you see yourself when you went into that basement of that house and his body had been flung from that explosion? Did you see yourself?
Yes, that was Mbali.
Yeah,
that was a performance.
Did you?
You know what? I'll attest to what Bree's saying, guys. It's so weird. Nobile has played so many love interests in her life, in her career. I have played so many believable love interests. Please tell us, what is it about Mbali and Zola?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Because we both don't get it. And I get it, guys. I get it. I even get it at home. Even my daughters will be like, "But Daddy's the way she looks at you." and I can attest to that. I think in most of Zola's scenes, and I think there were two very important ones where just after Oros is dead and Zola is literally speechless, but you can tell his emotions through his face, through his look, through his eyes. And it's thanks to this beautiful lady right here. Because have you seen Ngobile's eyes? So Mbali's eyes got Zola to do the most out. He was willing to go anywhere for her. He was like, she got me out of jail. Wow. And now I've got this infatuation towards her, and the infatuation goes to, now we're having lunch. Then I'm being told, hey, I got to step back a little bit. And you know, like I said, if somebody tells you don't go there, that's where you want to go.
We've got like a minute as we wrap up, but I think that's the essence for every viewer, was that push and pull between the two of you. And you guys did that dance so incredibly amongst the other cast that, I mean, Tony Goroge in this. I love Tony so much. Yeah. He and Star are amongst my favorite. I hate him so immensely. So when you say that people are so upset with you, I'm in your corner going,
yeah.
Because you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm like, you'll ruin this poor girl.
But that's what we want. I mean, we watch a lot of Hollywood and whatever movies, guys, and we believe it so much. We need to appreciate, guys, and clap for South African. You know, we are good at what we do. We amazing too. We just at that level as well. And hence I say again, guys, umthetho. Shout out to Black Brain and Mandla N and Melissa, you guys. Bringing back veterans.
In 30 seconds, Mama, as we wrap it up, any final thoughts on your mind?
My goodness, I think I do have to thank the whole of South Africa and you know, largely the world for the response that we've gotten from the show. I knew it was big when we were on set, you know. Before anyone had even seen it, I knew that we're dealing with jewels here. You know, this is something very special. People worked very hard. They invested so much into this show. So I'm just grateful for the journey, grateful for the artists that I got to meet and work with and now have the most beautiful friendship with. Thank you for everything, SK. You're amazing. You're beautiful. You're a gem, honestly. You're so special. And I'm grateful to God for this opportunity. And thank you to you as well for having us today.
Well, listen, guys, long may your talents shine. And my verdict is still out. I was saying to them off air that if it ain't broken, why fix it? I know you're calling for season 2. I'm like, Ishap, let my imagination run wild on its own. That was Ngobile Gamedze. And of course, it's Timbi Sokoza joining us this afternoon. Binge them this weekend if you can. Umthetho is out. 2 o'clock on Delambana is standing by.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, stats show a decline in murder crimes and U.S. to buy thousands of electric shock gloves for ICE agents. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana and a very good day. Acting Police Minister Feroz Kachalia says South Africa has recorded a decline in murder and several other serious contact crimes in the first quarter of the 2026-27 financial year. He says crimes such as carjacking, residential, business and cash-in-transit robberies have also decreased. Kachalia has attributed the progress to intelligence-led policing, targeted operations and improved cooperation between law enforcement agencies. Kachalia released the crime statistics in a media briefing in Pretoria.
We are making progress, and I do know that because we're seeing what's going on in the Madlanga Commission every day, and because every day our people experience violent crime, it's difficult to believe, but there is progress. And I'm willing to say that again. I said that at the last media conference, that there is progress, that the police are making progress in the fight against crime.
Taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni says he raised concerns with former Police Minister Bheki Cele about a cartel he believed was operating from the farm of the late taxi boss Mswazi Msibi. Sibanyoni has alleged that the cartel was influencing members of the taxi industry to get involved in violence and disrupt the delivery of services in Tshwane. Sibanyoni, who is testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria, also said that he heard that senior SAPS officials were linked to the alleged cartel, but conceded that he had no proof. Advocate Matthew Chaskelson is leading Sibanyoni's evidence.
What led you to believe that this cartel was a cartel based on the farm? On what basis? It's a very serious allegation you're making here, that the farm is controlling matters and service delivery in Tshwane is affected by the farm. What evidence did you have for that?
All I can say, the practical evidence one could never get, but the information from people that were reluctant to tell me was there. So talking to the minister for me it was more relevant.
The Minister of Higher Education and Training, Buti Manamela, says there's a shortfall of more than 76,000 bed capacity for TVET colleges against nearly 10,000 available beds for institution-owned residences. Manamela revealed this during a colloquium hosted by the Portfolio Committee on Education on Student Accommodation and the National Student Financial Aid Scheme CAP. Manamela also told the committee that conditions at some TVET residences are not favorable, as only 13% of residences are in good condition.
Only 9,968 institutions owned beds. 39% of responding residences were assessed as being in poor condition. A bed under construction is, of course, not yet a bed for a student. And a bed standing empty because a bathroom or roof or bulb connection procurement process have failed is also not a bed for a student. So there's that first challenge where supply still falls short of needs.
Firefighters in the Guardian Route District Municipality in the Western Cape have warned against the use of candles and open fires in veld and mountainous areas amid dry and windy conditions. This comes after a religious group allegedly left burning candles close to a hiking trail in the Otanikwa Mountains. The municipality has urged groups to use open flames responsibly and comply with fire safety and requirements. Firefighters will engage with communities across the region to raise awareness. The U.S. Immigration Enforcement Agency, ICE, has signed a multi-million-dollar deal to buy 6,000 gloves that can deliver electric shocks. The agency says the glove will be used when a subject is actively or passively resisting. An officer needs to gain control quickly to prevent injuries to both parties. The BBC's Thomas Baker has the details.
The generated low-output voltage emitter, or GLOVE for short, will be supplied by a Kentucky-based company. It looks like a normal patrol glove, but once an officer activates its electrical mode, it can deliver up to 380 volts when making contact with a person's skin. ICE argues the gloves would reduce the reliance on physical force, including the use of firearms. Civil rights groups have expressed alarm, questioning whether the agency has in place adequate safeguards against misuse. ICE has been under increased scrutiny in the wake of fatalities during immigration enforcement raids.
Recapping the top story, Acting Police Minister Feroz Kachalia says South Africa has recorded a decline in murder and several other serious contact crimes in the first quarter of the 2026-27 financial year. I am Ondela Mbana for SAFM News Headlines at 2:30.
From the voices that made history to the voices making history today. SAFM. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam.
Don't you change.
Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
As I bow to your throne, I pray for love, joy, peace, and happiness to be present in my home. Well, I do. And let your Holy Spirit dwell in my heart and in my mind. Please give me strength, 'cause I get a little weak sometimes. I need help from you just to see me through. Whoa. Heavenly Father, best of all, to you I give the glory, and on my knees I fall. I ask for wisdom and understanding. To you my praise I bring, to you my song I sing. May I do my part to help vindicate your name, so the world will know who's to blame for all the wrong. I pray that your will be done, and let the light shine. Let it shine with understanding. Let it shine down on all mankind. 'Cause we are living in the final days of our time. Heavenly Father, well, King of all kings, I pray for the sick and the weak ones too. Yes, I do. And all of those who are strong, let them know their purpose. Let them be agents for you. Well, let them work for you. Yeah. And let your Holy Spirit walk across the waters of my mind. I wanna make you proud of what you've done, so I come to you through your Son. Heavenly Father, Lord, I thank you for I walk around and I pray. Teach the children to pray. Sometimes I lay flat on my back and I pray and I pray. Well, and I ask for wisdom. Teach mother to pray. Love, joy, happiness. Hey, and I pray and I pray, that your will be done. Pray. Well, that your will be done. He needs to learn to pray. And I pray for the brothers and the sisters.
It's 14 minutes past 2 on a Friday afternoon. Good to have you with us. Thank you for having me. I must say thank you to Bridget, Zelma, and management for calling me back in. It really, really feels good. And it was nice to talk to SK and Ngobile, thespians, you know. We are thespians in kind. The Mighty OJ's Prayer. And I get a feeling Bridget will want to ask me why I love that song.
Absolutely, because you know, ordinarily when we play, 'cause we only get 2 songs on the show. By the way, I had to force those 2 songs when I started.
Yeah.
And so we always give it a little bit of context, right? Either a little bit of a history around the song, or so vele ngizokubuza ukuthi why.
We were just talking off air that you know there's power in praying. It doesn't matter what you believe in. Prayer saves. Prayer helps. I remember watching Steve Harvey talking about prayer. He was saying that whatever happens in your life, keep praying. I put this up on Facebook on one Sunday morning, and you know the response was, "What are you praying for?" There's a lot to be praying for. You know, a prayer of greatness, great gratitude, a prayer of forgiveness, and a prayer that you woke up this morning, and prayer for opportunities given, because opportunities are far and few. So there's a lot to pray for. So every time when I falter, I remember that I need to step back, refocus, reflect, and pray.
Absolutely. And you're right? There's a lot to pray for, and prayer should just be the innate conversation that you are having with Umdali Wako, or whatever higher power you recognize. It's 2:15 on the Full Circle. We've got Siwela Langeni joining us now. So every Friday we have our book circle feature, and Siwela joins us for that. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good, thanks. And you, Bridget?
I'm fantastic. All right, let's get to it. What are we looking at today? Children's titles by women authors.
Yes. I thought we should close Women's Month by profiling children's books that were written by women this month. So first on the list is Lulama and the Women Who Marched by Noni Mashologu, where Lulama joins with women on this unforgettable journey to the historic Women's March in 1956. She travels with her mother and Auntie Lindiwe to the Union buildings in Pretoria. She begins to understand the unfair past laws that made it difficult for black families, especially black women. But she also discovers something even more powerful. When brave people stand together, they can change history. It's inspired by the true story we know that we're commemorating this month. And, this book is aimed at just making children understand the relevance of this holiday we honor in August and what it stands for. Typical sayings we'll hear about what Tintebafazo or Tintimbogodo, what does it mean? The story just wants to inspire, the underlying, it's inspiring children to be brave, to stand up for what is right, to discover, they too can be rocked in making things change. So it's available through Jacana. It was actually done by this Mamusali Dubrain, Sophie Dubrain and her family. Actually, their foundation funded it together with Jacana. So this is a beautiful, beautiful book.
Awesome. Let's just take the commercial out of the way, Suella. We'll come back on the other side and continue with our list of children's titles by women authors.
Morning, neighbour. Oh, your new solar panels are looking good.
Thanks. Best investment ever. My electricity bill has dropped.
Nice. But have you registered your solar system with Eskom?
Register? Why? I'm already saving money.
Because when your system makes more electricity than you use, you could earn credits.
Wait, I could be earning something back?
Yes. If your rooftop solar is connected to Eskom's grid, register it. It's safer, and you could earn extra credits for your surplus electricity.
Phew, looks like I've been missing out. If you have a rooftop solar that's connected to Eskom's grid, register your system today. You could earn credits where applicable, enjoy a safer connection, and get even more value from your solar investment. Visit www.eskom.co.za or call 08600 375 66. T's and C's apply. Eskom, redefining for a better future.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed, but through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
It's 5 o'clock on Wednesday, the 1st of March, and this is SAfm 104 to 107.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael. A very, very happy 100th birthday to you. This is Radio Today, phoning you. You tell us about yourself a little bit, when you came to South Africa and what you did.
Well, I arrived in South Africa in the early days.
And the time just coming up to 7 minutes to 6 South African time, which is 3 hours 53 Greenwich Mean Time.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues.
In business, responsible leadership is measured by the choices we make beyond the balance sheet. Used oil is hazardous waste, and how it's stored, collected, and managed matters. The Rose Foundation helps industries in discharging their extended producer responsibility obligations by supporting used oil collection and environmental protection. For decision makers, it is ESG leadership in action. Partner with the Rose Foundation and help turn used oil responsibly into measurable impact.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right, we're continuing our conversation with Siwela Langeni, co-founder of the Book Circle Capital and author of Friends with Feelings. We're looking at children's titles written by female authors as we wrap up Women's Month. Our next title, Siwela, is Dancing Words by Dr. Atambile Masola. Tell me about this one.
Yes, you know Dr. Atta, she's no stranger to our conversations on Friday afternoons. Her latest book is, Dancing with Words. Vuyo goes, where Vuyo is this young girl that learns new words everywhere she goes. At home she learns about nature and food. Tata takes her to the library so she can choose books. At school, she and her friends make up songs from words with the teacher. And funny enough, the teacher's name is Miss Mashologu. Noni's earlier book is Mashologu. And she learns the words of hymns at Sunday school. I heard Butmandla talking about prayer. So I thought that would be a nice mention. And then one night, she has a dream about words. So she writes a beautiful poem about those words. This book talks about the power of learning words, especially for young kids as they grow their vocabulary. And we know that Dr. Atta is a poet, is a writer for academic books, normal books. She's profiled books on Noni Jabavu. We've spoken to that book about that book in Yatibuzwa Pambili. So this is another addition to her work. She's done that series in Bogodo with Dr. Kolisa Guzula. So this is an addition to just celebrate the power of words, the power of reading. This book is done by Pan Macmillan, and it's available in isiZulu, isiXhosa, Setswana, and Afrikaans.
Oh, what a wonderful edition. I think so incredible. I don't know about you guys, but remember growing up when you'd read stuff and then you'd come across a word. My English teacher, Mrs. Pillay, would always say, when you come across a word that you don't understand or a word that's new, highlight the word, write it down in a notebook, look it up in the dictionary, and then try and use it in sentence so that you are familiar with those words. I miss doing that even as an adult. I think it's something that we should do because we continuously are adding to our vocabulary every single day. Now imagine the excitement of being a young person and discovering new words.
It's amazing. Yeah. And also just practicing because the meaning of words depends on scenarios. For you to be able to understand them better, it's to paint scenarios. It's like learning a different language as well. You have to read well and listen well because it's true that you grasp the languages quicker.
Absolutely. You have one final book for us this afternoon.
Yes, I do. This one is Oli and the Island of Intsomi by Spokazi Jonas, another a well-known poet in our country. This time she also does a book for children. Last year she gave us Weeping Become a River. I think it's about a year or two ago, a poetry collection.
Yes.
So 10-year-old Olinde Ukutunywa has always felt like she doesn't quite belong. Her name means one waiting to be named. And while other children's names carry stories and meaning, hers only reminds her that her story hasn't begun. She dreams of having real friends and a name that she can truly call her own. But everything changes the night a mysterious clay pot shatters in her home, unleashing powerful vulture who carries her way to the island of Intsomi, a place of breathtaking beauty, ancient magic, and dangerous secrets. It's on this island that, children are well-fed, well-behaved, and slowly forgetting who they are. And under the rule of King Prospero, stories are twisted into lies and memories fade. So this is a twist. But I love the edition of Intsomi and even getting some folk tales into the story.
Absolutely. We actually had Uspokazi Jonas on the show. I think it was probably about a month or two after Weeping Became a River went into the print, and we were just talking about the inspiration behind it, as well as her parents' reception of the book, and it was quite a fascinating conversation. The weird part is my 14-month-old daughter has got, I was telling Lebu, Kathy Mtlatlana's producer, that my 14-month-old daughter already has 10 books. And she has her little bookshelf. And she goes, I let her go play there in her bookshelf. And this morning, she messed around with my Weeping Becomes a River because it was in the vicinity. And I was like, no, girl, that's my book.
Please stay within your collection.
Yeah, stay within your collection, please, of Incy Wincy spiders and all the rest of it, and leave me be. But I think it speaks to the essence of today is you've got to get kids reading early. And we talk about this all the time. We had Umam Qina on the show, I think a month ago. She was on the show and she was talking about part of the power of reading, besides breeding a love for literature and a love for words and writing, but it's also a way for you to connect with children in a very neutral, emotive way. And she was saying to us that one of the last memories that leaves a person when someone has passed is the voice of that person.
Yeah.
So your children must hear you reading to them all the time because you're ingraining that memory in them. And also they just get to feel compassion when you're not telling them do this, do that, conflicting messages. They're just hearing compassion from you in that hour, 30 minutes that you're reading.
Empathy as well, because I have someone our age who, through life's challenges, understood that empathy is a gift that somebody gives to you that you must also pass on to somebody else. Because if we're not empathic, then we don't feel other people's pains.
Yeah. So very, very true. I love it. Okay, Siwela, so moms and dads are putting these 3 books on their list.
Yes.
You know, and we'll get to them. What I love about children's books, even if they're not age appropriate for your kid right now, you're going to get there at some point, so you might as well just buy the book.
Definitely. And there'll always be children in the family. Once your children have outgrown it, there's nephews and nieces, there's kids always. You can donate it to your children's old preschool, you know, so they just never run out of fashion. And that issue of empathy, Bridget, where books make you walk a mile in somebody else's shoe. You know, when you have not known a situation and now you realize that's where that empathy also comes in. So yeah, for toys, for Christmas gifts, I don't know if we're too early. These are the ones.
Absolutely. I'm going to, in the break, because I keep so many random things in my social media bookmarks, and oftentimes a thought will lead me to remembering that I bookmarked something that someone so eloquently put out. Someone actually spoke about what the two of you are bringing up. How literature breeds empathy and allows you to teach empathy. I'm going to go scroll down in my bookmarks until ngithole. On the other side, I'll come back and I'll share it. Yes. Siwela, thank you so much for the time as usual. In our last minute, anything coming up as we wrap up Women's Month out at Book Circle?
So just like September is Literacy Month, and first week of September is like there's book week, World Book Day. So let's just read to the kids. Even older kids love to be read to, you know, based on that point you said. We don't have any events per se, but we just want to emphasize the importance of reading because September is Literacy Month.
Absolutely. That was Siwela Langeni rounding us off for this first half of the second hour. It's approaching 2:30. Ondelambana is standing by. Keep Dolly Parton's legacy alive with the Imagination Library and donate a book to a child. Let's go to the headline news and then we'll come back to our kids programming.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, South African police say over 9,200 rape cases were recorded across the country between April and June, representing a marginal 0.3% decline. The Madlenga Commission has heard how late taxi boss Mswazi Msibi allegedly reneged on a verbal agreement between himself and Mpumalanga taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni to step down from leadership roles in the taxi industry at the age of 60. And China's President Xi Jinping has held an emergency meeting to discuss rescue efforts after Wednesday's catastrophic floods and mudslides on the Tibet-Nepal border. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Moving to a bigger office space can be expensive. Thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I get to save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. Plus, I get My Business Assist, which helps me with marketing, legal, and admin services. Saving money while growing my business is a great win for me.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your monthly premiums. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
SAfm. After 132 years of colonial rule, Algeria fought a brutal war for freedom. Independence came at a cost: lives, land, and legacy. But from that struggle came strength. Today, Algeria stands sovereign, steady, and self-defined.
I was with Hector Peterson when he was shot. The boy was in that picture where a boy was carrying. He was the first student I saw going down. I saw him being shot on the head and he fell down.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. For 90 years, SAfm has traveled with South Africa through change, uncertainty, and history. And throughout this month, we have been looking back and remembering the voices, the moments, the people, and the journey. This Monday, the conversation comes together. 5 remarkable voices and 1 historic roundtable. Professor Gilbert Mutsathebe, Professor Sisanda Nkwala, Advocate Robin Siulal, Ms. Nada Wachela, GE of SABC Radio, and Ms. Judy Nwokedi, former Managing Director of SABC Public Broadcasting Services. the SAfm 90th Anniversary Roundtable, reflecting on where we come from, what SAfm has meant to South Africa, and where the next chapter takes us. Monday, the 31st of August, on the Daily Discourse. 90 years of history, one conversation about the future. Only on SAfm, still leading the conversations that move us.
Remember the first time your soul felt alive, or the last time music moved you so deeply you didn't want it to end? Well, that feeling is calling you back. You're officially invited to come experience soulful performances from global icons Kamasi Washington, Themba and Africa Mkhize, Ibrahim Malouf, Judith Sipuma, Angelique Kidjo, Ndabo Zulu, Melanie Schultz, Floetry, Thandi Swimazwai, and the list goes on, with over 40 world-class acts. 4 incredible stages at the Asanton Convention Centre, one unforgettable experience at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. We're going to be there from the 25th to the 26th of September. This is Jazz Reignited, and you can get your weekend pass now via Ticketmaster.
You are listening to The Full Circle. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Friday. Welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner on SAfm. We've made it to the end of another school week, and today we're talking about something very important: learning how to say no and respecting other people's boundaries. Is there ever a time when you find it difficult to say no? Why do you think it can be difficult to say no sometimes? What are some polite or firm ways you can say no when you don't want to do something? What should you do if someone keeps asking you to do something after you've already said no? Who can you talk to if someone doesn't respect your no or makes you feel uncomfortable? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hello everyone, my name is Matimba Kosa. I am 7 years old. I go to Jabez Christian Academy School. There are times where I find it difficult to say no because I don't want to hurt the other person's feelings. I would feel sad and uncomfortable when a friend asks me to do something that I don't want. Some polite ways to say no: sorry, I'm afraid I can't. Sadly, I have something else to do. When someone ignores your no and keeps pushing, you stop explaining yourself, affirm no, and also walk away. I can talk to my parents or teacher when someone does not respect my no.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashley Kabamba. Sometimes it can be difficult to say no, especially when you're worried about disappointing someone or when it's a friend asking you to do you a favor. But I do think it's important to remember that saying no is okay, especially when something makes you uncomfortable or goes against what you believe is right. I can say no thank you, or I'm not comfortable with that, or simply I don't want to do that. I don't have to give a long explanation. If someone keeps asking after I've already said no, I'd move away from the situation and speak to someone I trust. Everyone should respect one another's boundaries and their right to say no.
Hello, my name is Rubuya Rarusa. Sometimes it could be difficult to say no because we do not want to disappoint people. If a friend asks me to do something I don't want to, I make an excuse or I politely say no. If they kept asking, I would walk away. Everyone should respect the word no.
Greetings to you all. My name is Serene. Thank you so much for listening to the Kids Radio Show today. Yes, there is a time where I found it very difficult to say no. Why I think it is so difficult to say no, or why people find it hard to say no to people, is because some people just don't want to start conflicts or arguments over small things like saying no. How I would feel if my friend asked me to do something I didn't want to do is I would say no and give them a reason as to why I'm saying no. What should I do if someone keeps asking you to do something after I've already said no, is I would explain to them one more time why I've said no, and if they keep on pushing me or forcing me to do that thing, I would walk away. Who I can talk to, or when someone is making me feel uncomfortable or not respecting my decision of saying no, is I can talk to my parents. Thank you so much for listening to the Kids Radio Show today, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye.
Hi, my name is Danica Wood. There are times when I find it difficult to say no because I don't want to disappoint others or hurt their feelings. If a friend asked me to do something that I didn't want to do, I would feel a bit uncomfortable, and sometimes, depending on what it is, I would feel a bit annoyed. Some polite ways to say no when you don't want to do something are no thank you, or I'm not comfortable doing that. If someone keeps asking me to do something after I've already said no, I would stand my ground and tell them no again. If someone doesn't respect your no and makes you feel uncomfortable, you can always talk to your parents or an adult or even your friends. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Thandoreti Mapike. I am 12 years old and I go to Nova Pioneer Reemsig. Yes, there is some times when I find it difficult to say no. I think it can be difficult to say no because you can be in different situations, and different situations have different scenarios and stuff. If a friend asks me to do something that I really don't want to do, I would say no. Then I would leave it aside and let's see what they do, and then I'll go report them to someone older than me. A polite way, but a firm way to say no when you don't want to do something or something, you can basically say no thank you, no thanks, nice polite words. If someone keeps on asking me and I already said no, I'm just gonna leave it and I'm gonna walk away and just leave that person. If someone doesn't respect my no or makes me uncomfortable, I would personally first go to a teacher if it's at school. But if it's not at school, I'll go directly to my mom. But if my mom's not there, I call my mother. If she's not answering, I call my grandma. Thank you.
My name is Duretsang Ndlovu. Yes, I do find it difficult to say no when my classmates ask me for water. Because when they ask me, they may be really thirsty. But I carry very small water bottles to school. And on some days I have extramurals, so I want to save my water. Another reason why I find it difficult to say no is because some people find you mean for saying no to them. If a friend asked me to do something I really didn't want to, I'd explain to them why I don't feel like doing it and ask for their understanding. Explaining with proper reason why you don't want to do something is a polite but firm way to say no. If someone continues to ask you to do something for them, even after you've already said no, you should tell them that they are slightly crossing a boundary because they won't respect your decision and instead want to keep on bothering you about something you've denied to do for them or to give them. You could speak to a teacher, adult, or parent if someone doesn't respect the fact that you said no, or if they keep on making you feel uncomfortable.
Greetings, my name is Faces Ziba, and today I'll be talking about learning to say no. Yes, sometimes it is very hard to say no, and I fear that my friends will be upset if I say no to any of their suggestions, despite them being wrong. If a friend asks me to do what I don't want, I feel uncomfortable, very uncomfortable, and it happens more often. And to politely say it, I think I can just say no, thank you, to not hurt their feelings, or I can say I'm not comfortable with that. And if they keep insisting, I'll try to walk away or talk to an adult.
I do not find it difficult to say no. Yes, I have found myself in a situation where I had to say no. I had gotten new markers and I did not want to get them lost or dry. So when someone asked, I said no. I have been taught the importance of saying no at school and at home. If someone says no to me, I just accept the fact that they said no. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Baramada. Sometimes I find it difficult to say no. I was in a situation where I had to say no. I have been taught the importance of saying no both at school and home. How I feel when someone says no to me is that I don't feel sad at all because I understand why they say no.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Learning how to say no is an important part of protecting ourselves, expressing our feelings, and respecting our own boundaries. We all have the right to decide what we're comfortable with and what we're not comfortable doing. Sometimes saying no can feel difficult, especially when we're worried about disappointing someone or when our friends are encouraging us to do something. But remember, you don't have to say yes just to make someone else happy. It is okay to say no. You can say, no thank you, I don't want to. I'm not comfortable with that. Or please stop asking me. I said no. You don't have to be rude or angry. You can be polite, but you should also be clear and firm. And just as we have the right to say no, we should also respect other people's no. If a friend doesn't want to play a particular game, share something, or take part in an activity, we should respect that decision instead of pressuring them. Remember, friends, no is a complete answer. You don't always have to give a long explanation for your feelings or choices. If someone continues asking you after you said no, keeps making you uncomfortable, or doesn't respect your boundary, move away from the situation and tell a parent, guardian, teacher, or another trusted adult. You should never feel ashamed or scared to ask for help when someone is not respecting your boundaries. So friends, remember, your voice matters, your feelings matter, and your boundaries matter. Learn to say no when you need to, respect other people's no, and always speak to a trusted adult when you need help. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives. You are listening to The Full Circle,
a space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
It was weird. But Mandla and I are reflecting on our radio journey. So maybe let's have the conversation from there. It's okay. Because, I mean, I feel for my 21 years in radio broadcasting, you probably have a lifetime of it for my 21.
Goodness, I've done a number of radio platforms. If you will, I used to work at Voice of Soweto months ago. I mean, Voice of Soweto gave birth to some of the big names now.
Yes.
In the media space. I did online retail radio. On about 3 stations.
Oh, nice.
Produced and that and the like. I did talk radio as well, and worked at Kai at one point.
Yes. Why do you say that like that?
We come from there. Both of us were there.
Yes.
I worked there and ended up here.
Is SAFM and by extension SABC your longest tenure in radio?
Yes, yeah.
Because you did quite a few shows on SAFM.
I did.
Wind Down, 9 to 12, 9 p.m. to 12, weekend evenings, Heads Up, 3 to 6 weekdays. And then, of course, the countless stand-ins across the various shows.
Yeah.
And you went from lifestyle to focus to jazz to current affairs. You straddled...
I did. Sure. I think it's a question of luck. I was available for one, and I was given a chance to learn because I was getting into spaces I was not familiar with.
Yeah.
Which speaks to researching and reading quite a lot.
Yeah.
Because you've got to keep abreast as to what things are happening, and create the kind of friendships you can bounce things off. Yeah, as I say, I used to stand in for Braik on the Best of Jazz, and I was allowed permission to compile it myself, which worked very well. Ended up on Lifestyle. Did that for a long time.
Yeah.
And it endeared me into a lot of people. Also, it was a learning curve. I had to learn a lot about cars. I learned about food. You know, there was a man called Peter James Smith. I mean, appreciating wine and palates, and it was great.
Yeah.
I get opportunities to compare some of the gigs that the station had, which I truly enjoyed. Something I want to get into as well. Media. I used to stand in for Ashraf.
Yes.
Michelle Constant at the time, and Jeremy Max. Yeah.
Mags on Media.
Max on Media. Yeah. I did that, and working in the morning. I worked in the morning for the longest time. It was rough.
It's rough.
I didn't have a car. I used to come here the night before.
Oh my goodness!
I never told management that. Yeah, I would.
And then you'd just be here for like a couple of hours.
Yeah, for the rest of the day. But it was enjoyable.
Yeah.
It was hard work. A lot of reading. I worked with the late Alan Kwala. May his soul rest in peace. I gave him a name, XG. I worked with Sakina Kamwendo. I used to call him SK.
Yeah.
And Vapakni Chetty. And the three of us, the four of us, we used to throw forward at 5:45. That became such a popular segment of the show to a point where the late Ahmed Kathrada, may his soul rest in peace, used to enjoy that. And he would get in touch with us, send us emails, and actually took us to lunch with Pitendoro.
Yeah.
So that has been my journey, and I truly, truly enjoyed and truly appreciated. Met a lot of people.
Absolutely.
Met a lot of people. Luckily, I still talk to them via social media, and we check up on each other.
Let's take a quick pause. We'll come back and continue with our conversation. Mandla Shongwe has been with us the duration of the show today as we wrap up our special broadcast celebrating 90 years of conversations.
Hurry! Get supersized savings at Spar for 4 days only. Get 900-gram Bacoma Wheat Bix for $49.99. Save 15 Rand. Or 200-gram Nescafe Classic Coffee Jar or 230-gram refill, excluding decaf, for $119.99. Save 29 Rand. Prices valid from 27 till 30 August. While stocks last. Max 5 deals per product per customer. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years.
This is Wandile Sihlobo, Chief Economist of the Agricultural Business Chamber of South Africa. When I think of SAfm, it is a home. It is a place where driving to work, from work, in between meetings, one makes sure that you have SAfm playing, because it is a space where we get to understand our community, South Africa, better, and at the same time have broader conversations about the world and the implications of that to South Africa. Many people that over the years have worked at SAfm and the teams that are there today, to all of you, thank you so very much.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Did you know that you can buy SABC programs to enjoy at home and at your own time? From your golden oldies like Ashifa Shaba, Nyaga Nyaga, Orkney Snorkney and box sets of Isidingo the Need and other soapies for binge watching? Or is it the legendary old games or programs from our radio stations that you're looking for? Well, we have you covered. For more information or to place an order, simply send an email to SABC Program Sales on contentsales@sabc.co.za or call 011-714-6650 or 011-714-7342.
90 years of history, one living conversation.
All right, we are hanging out with Mandla Shongwe now as we wrap up our special broadcast. We've been inviting previous voices of SAfm to come through and celebrate with us, mark this moment of 90 years of SAfm. I mean, when you think about the fact that radio in South Africa is 100 years old, and then SAfm is 90 years old. I think it's probably the oldest institution.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely the oldest institution. How incredible to also be a part of that legacy, right?
Part of the history.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the voices that have come through, the people we were able to interview, learn from, because obviously we broadcast for the people, has been amazing.
No.
And the journey continues.
Are there listeners that stand out? I mean, I often think about, okay, since I've been here, Freddie the truck driver, who's now promoted. Woohoo! He's not a truck driver anymore. He's Freddie the truck trainer or the truck instructor. He's still trying to figure out how to position himself, because when he called us last week, I could tell how exactly. But he's not the truck driver anymore, guys. So Freddie. And I think back about, all the radio stations that I've been at. At Y, when I first started on radio, I had Sfiso from my orange farm. My first show was 3 to 6 in the morning. So we woke up together with Sfiso as he went to go ready his table at the taxi rank in Orange Farm to sell his scones and da-da-da. And then there were the twins who would get up to go to school. They were in high school at the time. They're big girls now. And we talk to each other and everything. But every station has people that come along with you. Do you remember some of your listeners, or that one listener that was always up with you at in the early hours?
Sure, there's quite a few. There's a guy from Ekabecha or Olani, Velem. There's Warren out in Yesteres. I used to have Advocate Dumishan Sebeza, who loved my jazz for whatever reason. There's a guy from a Potchefstroom who loves jazz. Jeff Nong, among others. There's Trishila, Moresi Trishila. A serious lover of sport, and I keep saying that he must actually go to SABC Sport and ask for a job, because she's into motor racing, basketball, tennis, you name it. If you look at her WhatsApp page, there's quite a few. There's quite a few, and everybody brought in something into my space that I needed to learn. Because I learned a lot from the listeners that some of them actually I was able to get them to visit. There's a lady called Sheila from Durban who actually came to Joburg, visited Gauteng, and I said, come into the studio.
Not Sheila, the Indian lady.
No.
Then that's another one.
I mean, I had at the time I had Mpo Pops.
Yes.
Had him here. Zex Bantwidi, before he literally
became Zex Bantwidi,
he was in the studio at 6th floor. There's quite a few. Quite a few.
I think that's what I've also enjoyed about radio, is journeying and growing with particular people. Niqala ndawonye as young kids, and then you sort of grow and you watch each other dominate different spaces, and those relationships you speak of, they get cemented because of all of that, because we've been supporting each other, collaborating, etc. Zalma's trying to give me some cryptic message. Okay. Oh, that one, this one. Oh, okay. She can't write in shorthand, so the message is for you. Okay. Good afternoon. A quick question for Upramandla. How was it like to stand in for someone, and was the preparations tough for you? This is from Jeff Noch.
It was great. Sometimes when you get asked to stand in, you worry. It scares a bit.
Because it's someone else's show and their energy. And
you got to tread carefully. But obviously it also speaks to the producer that you work with. Because most of our shows are produced because you have pre-program meetings. Talk about what you're going to do. But once you get in there, you just lock in.
Did you find that there were shows where you could find your groove? I mean, when I started here, I stood in a lot for Michelle when she'd take these long breaks to study, and so I would stand in on the Jet Set breakfast because it was a natural synergy. Arts and culture, lifestyle, natural synergy. I've always considered her one of those broadcasters who kind of paved the way for what I do. So it was easy to click into her content, because it's essentially my content, you know. But it's done at a different pace and a different format. I used to come in, what people don't know is a show, like there was a stack of Bibles. I would come in and tell her producers, I can't think. 7 o'clock in the morning, my brain's not functioning. I'll only be awake at 7:30. And then would play a lot of music until 7:30. Then my brain wakes up. For you?
Sure. The thing is, with radio, you've got to think on your feet at all times. I mean, we were talking about winging.
Yeah.
We've learned the art of winging, but winging positively.
Yes.
Because you lose your chain of thought. Because you're thinking a lot, you're thinking and talking, and you're not stuttering. And that takes a bit of practice.
Yeah.
You know, it takes a bit of use to, let's say, you know, in acting, they would say you're as good as your last show. Yeah.
No. People underestimate what Manda said. My team often says, we can see your brain and your words, because your brain is already at the guest that's coming up at 3:30 and it's only 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
But your brain is already there. It's already preparing and shaping the conversation for there. But your mouth has to be at 2 minutes to 3. And there's a lot of things that are happening at 2 minutes to 3, but you live in those spaces, and people underestimate, because we make it look so easy.
And you're forced to make snap decisions,
quick
decisions, and go with it, good or bad. That you always pray that it's always bad, and we've been lucky that those spaces have helped us in terms of our brain muscle to be able to retain information and use it at the right time.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, our time is like almost over. We have about a minute to go. I hope you've enjoyed being back.
I did. It's too short.
Was it bittersweet or was it just sweet?
Too nice.
Too nice.
Too nice. It's just too short.
It was too short, ne?
Too short, yeah.
It's the weird thing about a 2-hour show. There are days where you feel it's too short. There are days where you're like, I really don't need that extra hour, because then it will be too long.
Yeah, there are times, and goodness, I don't know what happens, when you find that it's long. Long to a point you talk until you're hungry. The first thing you do, you want to go eat. That's why I used to bring some podcasts sometimes. I say, no, goodness. Like on Saturdays on the lifestyle show, pizza is not there, so there's no chef coming in. Like,
we gotta make it work somehow. I love it. Oh, there's a message. Okay, let's sneak it in quickly before we go to Andel.
Oh, Abud Mandla, it is so good to hear you again. I hope you're well. Bridget, I worked with Abud Mandla for a couple of years. What an amazing soul. I love his brain. I love his agility and his humility. I hope you're well, Abud Mandla. Kilisego.
Yo, Lisejo. How are you?
We'll leave it there.
Yeah.
In the yo. That's where we leave it for real, for real. Thank you to Abud Mandla Shongwe for joining us today. It's been quite a long week for us, so we are all ready to just go let our hair loose. Ashraf is standing by. Inshallah, God willing, we do it again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. And the team on the top stories. Police Minister releases 2026-27 crime stats, and MKP expected to announce its mayoral candidates this afternoon. For SAFM News, I'm Onda Lambana, and a very good afternoon. South African police say over 9,200 rape cases were recorded across the country between April and June, representing a marginal 0.3% decline. However, the figures continue to highlight the scale of gender-based violence, with women and children accounting for 95.8% of verified rape cases. Releasing crime statistics for 2026-27 financial year in Pretoria, police says Gauteng recorded over 1,666 rape cases, while KwaZulu-Natal recorded the highest number at 1,820. Police Crime Registrar Major General Tularese Kukune says most reported rape cases occurred at the residences of victims or perpetrators.
What we have observed is that from a sample of 6,596,
4,121 of the rapes happened at the residence of the perpetrator, including residents known by the victim, perpetrator, or family members. And in terms of percentages, this is 62% of the rapes that from the sample that we have drawn are taking place at the residences of the perpetrator.
The Madlanga Commission has heard how late taxi boss Mswazi Msibi allegedly reneged on a verbal agreement between himself and Mpumalanga taxi boss Joe Sibanyoni to step down from leadership roles in the taxi industry at the age of 60. Sibanyoni testified that Msibi's decision raised concerns about his personal safety and revived fears linked to an earlier attempt on his life. He told the Commission that the collapse of the retirement plan prompted him to distance himself from Msibi and limit their interactions. Sibanyoni maintained that the conversation marked the beginning of what he believed was a renewed period of danger.
He communicated to me that the mutual agreement we had made in good faith, to the effect that each of us will retire from the industry upon reaching 60 years of age, was no longer operative. His words, as I clearly recall them, were to effect that this is a taxi business we die working. I received those words not merely as a change of plans. They were spoken by a man who had years earlier already sent people to kill me.
The Hawks investigating officer Colonel Daniel Makua has told the Polokwane Magistrates Court in Limpopo that a TMPD officer and his wife have withdrawn almost all funds from 5 families' estate accounts. Peter Gagash Nonyane and his wife Charlotte Tibana, who is a lawyer, facing fraud charges after targeting the family's estate accounts. Colonel Makua says that the affected families are angry. He also says that the lives of the accused will be in danger if they were released on bail. Defense lawyer advocate Hlau Maluleke is cross-examining Colonel Makua.
Yesterday when my advocate was aiding the charges, he did mention that one of the estate has been wiped out, only 5,000 that is only remaining on that estate.
The Umkhonto weSizwe Party is to announce its mayoral candidates for the metros they will contest in November local government elections this afternoon in Durban. MK Party President Jacob Zuma and other party officials will unveil the names of the candidates in a media briefing in Umhlanga. The event was scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon, but it has now been postponed until 4 o'clock. The party says one of its mayoral candidates has allegedly survived a suspected hijacking this afternoon. However, the party's statement did not reveal the individual or the metro in which he is to represent the party. China's President Xi Jinping has held an emergency meeting to discuss rescue efforts after Wednesday catastrophic floods and mudslides on the Tibet-Nepal border. Beijing has offered to provide relief in Nepal, where more than 500 people have died. Nepal's Prime Minister says hundreds of additional soldiers have been deployed to recover bodies along river banks. The BBC's Sanjaya Dakal reports.
There were lots of warning. Today, Nepalese Disaster Response Authority also issued an alert asking people to remain on high alert because the water level was rising where the flood had occurred. For the time being, search and rescue is ongoing, but there is a big worry that there could be another flooding. So there's that big worry.
Recapping the top stories, South African police says over 9,200 rape cases were recorded across the country between April and June, representing a marginal 0.3% decline. I'm Mundalambana for SAfm News Headlines at 3:30.
In sports this hour, Colby and Feinberg Mgomezulu starts for the Boks. South Africa wins toss and elect to bowl first against Namibia. And World Athletics set to step in to resolve Athletics South Africa's governance crisis. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Oh my, Friday afternoon, what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about the crime stats and the good news overall. There's a downward trend, which we'll talk about, but there's some significant pronouncements on the issue by the acting Minister of Police, Feroz Kacharia, which I think, we're going to play it and we're going to get your thoughts as well. That's the one thing. Much later on, here's a question about the Joburg Mayor, Dada Morero, infuriated by a member in the audience who spoke about him as a crook or a criminal, and then he himself responded by, after a few times saying, no, I'm not a criminal, then responded by, swearing at that person. What are the implications? Or is that like making a big deal out of nothing? I wonder. There's more. There's further developments around what's happening in Tibet. Those scenes were horrific, man. I watched last night. I watched today. The bigger issue is, isolated landslide, avalanche, or is it the direct results of climate change? We'll talk about that as well. My name is Ashraf Garda. Welcome to the show. This is, as always, the National Pulse, 3 to 6. So thanks for being a part of it as well. We will also keep an eye on the Madlanga Commission. Don't forget that. You can comment on 086 000 2032, certainly on the crime stats as has been or will be revealed. WhatsApp 0614 104 107, and that's text or voice note. And then you can tweet as well, hashtag the National Pulse. So let's do this. Let's get moving with the crime stats for the first quarter of the year.
Running a small business means every rand counts. Thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month for my buckies and tools of trade. Now, I get to save some extra cash for my business and focus on giving my clients world-class service.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your buckies and tools of trade. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 for a quote today. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
The next great story, the next unforgettable goal, the next breathtaking destination, the next blockbuster movie, they're closer than you think. With SABC Plus, the very best of S3 is only one click away. Stream live or catch up wherever life takes you on your smart TV, smartphone, tablet or laptop. Register for free today. Data costs apply. SABC Plus, because S3 is never too far away.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so let's start with crime stats. I'll tell you what, one thing besides unemployment or joblessness that freaks all of us out is with news of crime, because to a large degree crime is very, very violent in our country compared to many other countries where maybe the stealing of a mobile phone would be the height of crime that they would experience. Okay, so let's talk about crime and those crime stats. The acting minister of police released those numbers earlier today. So we're going to look at different aspects of it. Well, first things first, let me bring in Dr. Mxolisi Matebula, who's an independent crime and policing expert. Appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse. Hello.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon, the listeners.
Thank you. Well, let's start with this. Give us an overview of what was revealed for Q1 for the first quarter with regard to South Africa's crime stats for the year.
The crime stats are painting a picture that at least there is some decline in most of the crimes or in general. But it is not something to brag about, because we've been seeing this declines every quarter in, quarter out. So there is nothing that I can say here is something that they've done so well, because every year, every quarter, same stats. They'll say murder has declined. We appreciate that there is some decline, but it's not that what we are hoping to see. For instance, you look at serious contact crimes, your trio crimes, which is carjacking, business and business robberies, there's some decline. You look at rape, there's a problem there as well. So yes, we appreciate that there are some good police officers out there that are doing their job diligently, but the crime stats are not painting a promising future as far as crime is concerned.
But having said that, even if it's a downward trend of a very, very high base, I mean, that is worth, I wouldn't say celebrating, worth acknowledging, because, we talk about small steps brings about big change.
Indeed, it's worth acknowledging, but like I said, every quarter, same situation. When are we going to see a serious decline in crime as a result of police work or as a result of police in collaboration with communities, because without the communities, they will never be able to fight crime decisively as much as they wish. After stats have been released, you'll hear the ministers talking about the capacitation of crime intelligence, police-led intelligence, capacitation of stations. When are we going to hear ministers saying, we've given the stations everything they need? Why are the stats still the same, or why there's so much little decline? We want to hear them, telling us that they're going to take actions against station 1, 2, 3. But every time it's issue of resources, the issue of capacitation in terms of human resource, I'm not sure whether we're getting somewhere. Yes, we appreciate little that we see, that there are others that are doing so well.
Okay. Having said that, the Acting Minister of Police, Feroz Kochalia, made some significant points. First, about specifically a decrease with regards to crimes such as hijackings, residential robberies, business robberies, and cash in transit. Can you tell us more about that? Because that would be all the high-level crimes.
I'm inclined to believe him, but I know actually that there is some underreporting in such crimes. If you remember the report that was issued by Strategy South Africa, I think it was 2024, people have lost confidence in the police such that they don't report what they may think it's minor crime, because police will do nothing about those crimes. So that is why I said there could be some underreporting there, although we appreciate what they are telling us. People that will normally report are those that have insured their properties, for instance. If my TV is insured, I'll report. Not that I want the police to do something, I want the OP number or a case number, and that's it. But a person who hasn't insured their properties, they won't be bothered to report. So I'm not convinced there, Ashraf.
Okay. Also, the point about gender-based violence on the rise, Kochalia made, punctuated that point, and I think we get it. That doesn't seem to have any signs of abating. But in terms of solutions, one of the things he spoke about, and I'm quoting him, crime cannot be addressed in silos. Every sphere of government has a role to play, and we must all be aligned before a common objective. I think one of the factors that he made about that is between, national, provincial, and regional. They must start talking to each other a lot more than they're doing. What are your thoughts around it? I mean, it seems very obvious. The fact that it's got to be mentioned now suggests that there's a disconnect over the years.
He is very correct. If they want to fight crime, whatever that they plan as a strategy, it must be community-centered, so that they address social issues as well that may lead to crime. But this is not a new phenomenon. If you look at the 1996 National Crime Prevention Strategy, it talks about these things. If you look at the white paper of 2016, it talks about these things. So there's nothing new that he said, but what they need to do is to start taking actions instead of talking.
I mean, it does ask the question then, why was it not done before? If it's so obvious over the years, why has it not been done? What's preventing the collaboration and the interconnectedness between the different levels and spheres of government and different levels of from national down to regional happening?
You are quite correct. That's the question that is supposed to answer. Say, what did they do over the years? Because this is not a new thing. We know that for them to be able to fight crime, they must be part of the community. They must engage the communities. They must, in the community, something which I call community intelligence. Because if you want to deal with crime, talk to the people who are in those communities, because they have got a lot of information about crime that is happening within their circles. But the problem is, people are afraid to report to the police, because if they report to Constable Matebula will go back to the person and say, so-and-so reported that you are selling drugs. So those are the problems that they need to deal with.
Then he made the point about, violence is concentrated over the weekend. In the weekends at night, right? And a lot of it is around liquor outlets, and I'm quoting him, right? And then making the point, a substantial proportion of our murders and serious assaults involve people who were drinking, killing or injuring people. Linked to that, he's saying it is ordinary people drunk with access to a weapon. We cannot arrest our way out of it. It requires enforcement of liquor licensing. It requires bylaw enforcement by municipalities. And it requires an honest national conversation about the place of alcohol in our society. How significant is that statement?
You are very correct. He spoke about alcohol-related crimes. That is very correct. But who is supposed to enforce bylaws in cities like Johannesburg, Pretoria, and metropolis? Are they currently doing their job? To a lesser extent, maybe. But there are other areas where there are no metropolis, like rural areas. Who is supposed to enforce the bylaws? It is the same as APS. Are they enforcing the bylaws? Because some of them, some of them, their own province. So it becomes very difficult for them to enforce the bylaws because that is a bad. Those are the problems that they need to deal with. They need to address those problems. Then we'll see a significant decline in statistics come quarter two.
Okay, just lastly, any final insight that you can deduce coming out of what was said and the stats that you'd like to share with us?
All I can say is that, yes, they have got very good strategies on paper. Even if when they start talking, you can see, you may even think that this is going to be done tomorrow. For instance, the issue of intelligence. If one has to deal with crime, it must be intelligence-led, not by word of mouth, but there must be intelligence personnel on the ground that understand how to collect information. They must recruit informers from the communities so that they give them credible information that will lead to arrest and conviction, because an arrest is not necessarily an achievement, but a successful conviction is what we want to see. So the person is in custody for a long time, out of sight. That's what we want to see. So they must start taking actions instead of telling us what they will do, because every time they talk of the future. But crime still is not timing, but crime is moving forward, and crime is becoming more sophisticated.
Well, he made the point, the Minister of Police, that is that community policing forums, neighborhood watchers, traditional leaders, faith-based organizations, business, civil society, and ordinary residents all have an indispensable role to play to stamp out violence in our country. Well, let's leave it at that, Dr. Mxolisi Matebula, the independent crime and policing expert. Much appreciate you engaging with me. What I'll do now is let me leave it open to you. I'll challenge you. You've listened to some of the comments on the Minister of Police, the acting minister. What do you make of it? There's some very specific comments, starting with alcohol, for example. We said we need to re-evaluate the role of alcohol in our communities, and a whole lot of other things around taverns and other the issues of multiple tiered collaborations and so on and so on. So I'll leave it to you. What do you make of what was said? Which ones do you think are completely workable? And the broader issue, what more needs to be done to ensure that even small steps of crime reduction don't just end as one small step, but becomes one giant of a step where the society will substantially change. Right, more to come, including the Madlanga Commission after this.
Some crimes don't just make headlines, they change a nation. Now S3 takes you inside South Africa's most disturbing criminal investigations. From serial killers to kidnappings to cases that stunned the country. The South African serial uncovers the evidence, follows the investigations, and reveals how justice was ultimately served. Featuring renowned criminal profiler Professor Gerard Labuskaghni and the team behind Profiler Africa, every episode brings meticulous research and compelling storytelling to the crimes that shaped modern South Africa. The South African Serial, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. Stream it live on SABC+. S3, open up.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Welcome to the SABC Radio Archives,
For over a century, we've passionately captured South Africa's heartbeat, preserving historic moments,
Time for the healing of the wounds has come.
iconic music, and compelling storytelling from all 19 SABC radio stations, ensuring these priceless recordings shape future generations. Explore a century of South African heritage waiting to be rediscovered. Visit the SABC Information Library and Radio Archives online or call us directly at 011-714-3936 or email lishilosj@sabc.co.za. SABC Libraries and Archives, preserving the past, supporting the present, inspiring the future.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, let's get some comments from you specifically on the issue of crime, right? In fact, I'll get to WhatsApp comments first. Here's one.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and your guest. Ashraf, on the issue of crime, crime is out of control in South Africa. We can't control crime.
We can't control crime.
In 2 weeks back, I think 7 police, they lost their life in South Africa. What about us? We are not safe at all. We are not safe. Crime here, it is out of control. I don't know who's going to help us. I think maybe we must appoint Donald Trump to be Minister of Police. Maybe he can do something. Our government, they don't have plan to deal with this issue of crime, and it affects us. Every time they speak about investors, who can come to invest in South Africa? We are not safe here.
You lost me and you said Donald Trump. Tell me why you feel Donald Trump makes such a convincing case to be coming to help us with our crime rate. I mean, seriously, tell me why.
Good day to Ashraf. Hello to the listeners. I haven't heard the stats. I'm waiting patiently for the crime stats. But I believe, Ashraf, that quarterly crime stats should not be our primary source of crime stats in the country. They can be misleading. Take, for example, there's a gang war happening in Cape Town. People get murdered weekly. There's one weekend where 20 people were murdered, even more. So quarterly stats might not reflect that, and we need monthly here in South Africa. We need monthly stats. Those are more accurate. I'm Soviet Kingdom stuff.
Okay, monthly, not quarterly. But I mean, overall, what do you think? Listen, we don't need a Minister of Police to tell us we have a high crime rate. We do. Even if it's gone down slightly, it's just slightly down. We don't need the Minister to tell us that. What's very significant is, what did the Minister say today in terms of the way forward, keeping in mind that he's a relatively new minister. So new minister, new vision, and this is being spoken about at the time that the Madlanga Commission continues as well. Okay, let's talk then about the Madlanga Commission. Been another busy day today. And you see, this is also a crime story. Mpumalanga taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni is testifying at the Madlanga Commission. He's accused of running an extortion racket and laundering money. Now, earlier today, Sibanyoni answered questions about taxi violence, law enforcement officers acting as proxies for individuals in the taxi industry, as well as the Shongwe inquiry. We picked out some key moments from today. First of all, Ferrari Sibanyoni read a text message. He says he sent to the former police minister, Bheki Cele, detailing alleged criminal networks in the taxi industry.
I just stop you there because this is a very significant WhatsApp. And I'd just like you to amplify what you're saying here. Halfway through you say, as I send you this message, Minister, be aware that the service delivery around Greater Tshwane and surroundings is highly disturbed by the same cartel, which I have solid facts on. What is this cartel that you are talking about? That's the first question. And how is it impacting on service delivery in Greater Tshwane?
My own understanding in terms of cartel, it was like a group of people doing some nasty, dirty work around Tshwane and Gauteng, as I've mentioned already. So what was happening in the first place, I wanted to give the minister for him to give me an audience so that I can explain further how do I see this happening. And obviously during that time, I thought it was easy maybe to get hold of him based on the information, the way I've gathered it, or I've sent it to him. And a lot of people were dying around, for an example, because I'm a citizen around here. So I will have to know that people are dying there and there. Therefore, it was an obligation for me as a senior citizen here to give information to him.
Yes, but you speak specifically about a cartel that's involved here. And you'll later on say that very senior SAPS officials are in the cabal. I'm interested in who you're speaking about.
Yeah, I'll be direct in this particular instance. At that time, I had information that all this is happening because of the existence of the farm. So I took it that maybe the minister is not aware of that. But putting it to him directly so, and for him to give me audience so that I can give guidance as to where do I get this information or any assistance of that in a broader picture of this letter.
So what about any knowledge of the cartel operating from the farm? Joe Ferrari Sebagnoni says he does not know.
What I'm really concerned about is essentially the lack of detail in the information that you had. You had no more information than that Mr. Msibi is running a cartel out of his farm and infiltrating law enforcement and Tswani service delivery.
Yeah, 50-50 in a sense that the information was clear to me that whatever was happening was from the farm. The information was clear and I was convinced with that. Therefore, I need to take it to another level to assist. And it was good at the time if I was given an audience.
Just a moment, Mr. Chaskell. Mr. Banyoni, there's one or two things. Either you don't have those facts or you do have those facts, but you are reluctant to share them in a forum such as this. So I'm going to suggest that during tea time you discuss with your legal representatives and reflect on whether you want to give them in a different way, either in an affidavit, or if you don't have those facts, then you don't have those facts. We move on.
Yeah, let me just say.
So I know that there are issues you raised about security and other things, and we must be sensitive to that. So, but these facts are important for us because they are relevant to the terms of reference of this commission. So I hope you reflect on that during tea. You can take advice from your legal representatives, and then we can move forward from there.
Noted, Commissioner.
And then finally, Joe Sebagnoni used words to describe Kat Matlala and Katiso Molefe. Just listen to this.
Of Mr. Matlala and Mr. Molefe. Maybe if you can read paragraph 96.
The events that followed that confrontation are significant and must be understood in their proper chronological context. Following the telephone call in which I had confronted Mr. Msibi directly with the first assassination attempt, Mr. Msibi substantially reinforced his personal security apparatus. He surrounded himself with individuals known in the taxi industry in the criminal connotation of the term as Izingabi. Among those who Mr. Msibi engaged for his purpose was Mr. Kat Matlala, it was Mr. Katiso Molefe. The Commission should note the sequence with care. The reinforcement of this security apparatus occurred immediately after I've confronted Mr. Msibi with his responsibilities for the 2006 attempt. The deployment of armed men around him immediately after a direct accusation of attempted murder is not coincidental. It's preparatory. The Commission needs to accept the characterization from me. The subsequent events speak for themselves.
Okay, there we are. So what's that word? Izinkabi or hitman? Dramatic day indeed here at the Madlanga Commission. Let's get the news headlines. Here's on Delaimbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Acting Commissioner Puleng Timpane says drugs remain a significant driver of violence, organized crime and social disorder. And the Matlanga Commission has heard claims that the late taxi boss Mswazi Msibi allegedly surrounded himself with men described as Inkabi hitmen, including murder-accused businessman Vusimuzi Ketmatlala after being confronted over an alleged assassination attempt. And the death toll in Nepal has risen to 547 after Wednesday's flash flooding devastated the Himalayan border region. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, to me, Springboks against the All Blacks, like just over 24 hours away, and there's significant changes in the Bok team, right?
Absolutely. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, Springbok coach Rassie Rasmus has confirmed that Cheslin Colby and SAfmRadio Mgomezulu will start against the All Blacks in the second Rugby's Greatest Rivalry Series test at DHL Stadium, Cape Town, tomorrow evening. Colby returns after recovering from the knock that forced him off in Johannesburg, replacing Kurtley Arendse, and Feinberg Mgomezulu steps in at fly half after Andre Pollard was withdrawn following a training niggle, with Manny Libak named as backup on the bench. Morné van der Berg provides scrum half cover among the replacements, and kickoff is at 5:10, with the Boks aiming to level the series against the fierce rivals. In terms of cricket, the Proteas won the toss and they elected to bowl first against Namibia in the first game of the T20 Tri-Series at Namibia Cricket Ground. As things stand, Namibia are sitting on 163 for 9 in their 20 overs. They actually just finished their 20 overs, so it's an innings break. And just looking at who top scored for them, it was Jan Vreelinck. And just looking at the sides of the wickets, Dwan Jansen taking 2 wickets, and Prinlan Subrayan taking 3 wickets, and also Bjorn Fortuin taking 2 wickets. We'll continue on just keeping a close eye on it. Meanwhile, Lions bowling coach Alan Donald says that all they need to do is keep the same formula that has kept them successful over the last few seasons, and they'll get the same results in the 2026-27 domestic cricket season. The Johannesburg franchise won the CSA 4-day series and lost the final of the One-Day Cup to the Titans last season, while they were a lot less impressive in the T20 Challenge. And Donald says that they just need to keep improving their standards and stay hungry for more success.
Look, all I can say is that we work tirelessly on our standards, and we're very lucky that we have got the depth that we have at the DP World Lions. And you know, you sit every season and you think, well, what can I do better? What are the things that we need to focus on to make us an even better side? But you know, and the rest of the country have got you fair and square in the crosshairs. So we just got to keep hammering away what we've been doing over the last 3 years.
In football, Mamelodi Sundowns have officially parted ways with Portuguese midfielder Miguel Ricino after just one season at Clorcop. The 27-year-old arrived alongside Nuno Santos early in the 25-26 campaign with high expectations, but struggled to settle. His debut was marred by a red card, and he never established himself ahead of midfield regulars Tebogo Mokoena, Marcelo Allende, and also the late Jaden Adams under coach Miguel Cardoso. Now, Ricino made 14 appearances, scoring 2 goals and providing 1 assist before the club confirmed a mutual termination of his contract, which had been due to run until the end of the season. Elsewhere, Atletico Madrid have made it clear that they do not want to negotiate with Barcelona over striker Julian Alvarez. The club says that there have been no talks with Barcelona and that there will be no negotiations in the future. Atletico also accused Barcelona of not following the right professional and ethical standards while trying to sign Alvarez. They have already reported the matter to FIFA and the Spanish Football Federation. However, Atletico said that they are willing to listen to offers from other clubs as long as those clubs approach them respectively. And Arsenal reportedly have recently been linked with Alvarez. He has missed training for the second day in a row because of illness. Then anything's off with athletics. A high-level delegation from World Athletics and the Confederation of African Athletics will travel to South Africa next week to investigate the problems facing Athletics South Africa. The delegation is expected to meet with Athletics SA Board, SASCOC, Sports Minister Gayton McKenzie, and other key stakeholders. Now, ASA President James Moloi has been suspended since October last year, with his deputy John Matane acting as president. World Athletics has warned ASA against making major decisions while the governance issues are being investigated. However, the disciplinary process against Moloi can continue, provided it follows the principles of fairness and independence. World Athletics says that it wants to work with all stakeholders to restore stability and good governance at Athletics South Africa. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Thanks for that, to me. I tell you what, again, I always judge these WhatsApp groups by levels of interest, and at the moment, today, so much talk is about tomorrow's game, Springboks against All Blacks. Just huge conversations about who's going, where you're going to where you're watching it from, who's going to win, and the Boks have to win to have a chance of leveling or winning that series. If they don't, they'll be 2-0 down with 2 to play. Remember, one of the games of the 4 will be in the USA, so they just have to win. Not a life and death thing, but yeah, they certainly do have to win. I wonder, are you attending that game, particularly if you're in Cape Town? Will you be going to the game at the Cape Town Stadium, the All Blacks against the Springboks? It's an elite level, big event test match.
90 minutes, a lifetime of emotion. One tackle can change a season. One goal can make history. One match can bring an entire nation to its feet. The world's greatest football league is back. Experience the skill, the passion, and the rivalries that captivate millions across the globe. The Premier League returns Saturday, 22 August from 3:30 on S3. And wherever you are, stream it live on SABC Plus.
Do you have a car you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
We've spent the month of August remembering the journey. Now, let us talk about what the journey means. This Monday, 5 voices come together to reflect on our extraordinary journey. Professor Gilbert Mutsatebe, Advocate Robin Siulal, Professor Sisandan Kwala, Ms. Nada Wachela, GE SABC Radio, and Ms. Judy Nwakedi, former MD of SABC PBS. The SAFM 90th Anniversary Roundtable Discussion, a conversation about history, broadcasting, transformation, and the future. Monday, the 31st of August, on The Daily Discourse. 90 years behind us, the future in front of us, only on SAFM. Still leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so this message comes to you from Radio 2000. In fact, this Women's Month, Radio 2000 invites you to step away from the ordinary and enjoy an experience created especially for women. Radio 2000, in partnership with the Harties Boat Company, presents the first ever Harties or Harrow 2000 FEMME, F-E-M-M-E, FEMME Fest Getaway. It's a ladies-only event taking place at the Harties Harbour, and it happens this Sunday, right? So a gentle cruise across the Harties waters with Radio 2000's DJs. Now, they're all going to be there. Some names, DJ Nkosh, Ishmael Abrams, DJ Sabu, amongst many others. Now, the DJ playing memorable sounds in the background, insightful conversations and live performances will be coming from Vusi Nova, Jazeel Brothers, and Encore. So come dressed comfortably in Radio 2000 colors, if you know the colors, red, blue, green, yellow. No heels. Radio 2000, our music, your memories.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so one thing we're very clear about, we want to increase our problem-solving engagement with you. What do I mean by that? Is when you call in and you're voicing a general opinion, that's one thing. When you have a specific issue that needs resolving, we are trying to increase our touch points where we can actually solve your problems. Okay, so we've got this feature, that we have, and the part of that, in terms of your city, your concern, is this. We had a caller, in fact, the other day from Mama Lodi, who was anonymous, and he complained about unauthorized debits coming through regarding grants. So what we thought, we'll get the anonymous caller firstly up, and then we'll also bring in Dr. Paseka Letsatsi, the SASSA General Manager for Communications. So in fact, to the anonymous caller, first, welcome to the show once again. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, Asraf. Okay, I'm anonymous. Okay, I said, SASSA did that.
All right, hold it. I want to just bring in Dr. Paseka Letsatsi as well. Thank you for joining us as well and giving off your time.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and thanks for having me.
Thank you. Right, let's get then to the caller, part of the Pulse community. So you called in the other day, you had some specific complaints. Repeat those complaints. What are your concerns?
Yeah, my concern is that on the 4th of this month, SASSA deduct the money on my SASSA, right? And then they said that I've got a policy that I don't know about it. And I went to SASSA in Mahuwe to complain. They give me this letter that says that how to dispute authorized deduction on your social grant. I must SMS this number 34548 with my ID number.
Okay, and then?
And then I SMS and I give them my ID number. I'm still waiting, maybe end of the month, maybe it will be changes. Or they must bring my money back that they deducted.
Okay, how much was deducted?
They deduct 155.
All right, and obviously, I mean, that's hurting your pocket, right?
Yeah, the name of the company that deduct my money with SASSA is Emerald, EMERALD, Life Policy.
All right. So let me do this. I think there'll be questions to be asked from our SASSA General Manager, Dr. Letsatsi. I'll leave it to you. In fact, but what I'll do is I'll take a back seat for the moment. You can put questions directly through to the anonymous caller.
No, thanks, Ashraf. And I think I must make mention that as an organization, we have got some complaints all over the country where people were complaining that there are some deductions taking place in their account illegally. We went to do the investigations, and we can fairly say where we are. We know the culprits. About 3 weeks ago, we met with certain companies who effect their funeral policies, and we have picked up a modus operandi. The modus operandi is that you have the runners who basically steal people's identity, or in some instances they promise them things which don't exist. They will tell them that if you sign here, you will get 5,000 rand a month, and because these are old people, some of them sign, and only to discover later that the money is being deducted from their account. We have already taken steps, Ashraf. That is why if that happens, you are able to press the number, it gets reversed.
All right, but wait, you've taken steps in general, or you've taken steps for this caller? Because, I mean, he's got a problem right now.
We have taken steps generally, but what I was going to say is that in particular to this caller, I was going to request that at the end of the interview, I basically get the details from your producer, then I would attend to them immediately and give feedback to him and to both the station.
Can we do that to the anonymous caller, that we're going to connect you to the general manager for SASA off air, and then you guys can resolve it? Can we do that?
I would appreciate that a great deal, depending on what the caller feels.
Okay, to the caller, are you fine with that?
Yes, I'm fine. The other thing that I want to ask him is that how do you qualify for 500 rand? Because I apply in March, and then on May they tell me I'm fit. I don't qualify. But my friend, who's 1 year older than me, he reserved that money without going to the doctor and fill the form and bring the tablet that I showed them that I'm sick. But SASA in Mahube, they say no, I'm fit.
Yeah, in this one, Ashraf, I will also intervene, but I can tell you that it is, of course, the responsibility of the Department of Health. If you bring the letter to us, remember, as SASA, we are not well trained to be health practitioners. We would not be able to tell if you are unable to work or not, but it's another department, and it depends on what the department tells us. But in any case, an individual has got the right to appeal if they feel aggrieved, and even in this instance, when they are aggrieved, we'll definitely be able to intervene. So, but I'm glad that he called. I will attend to all these problems that he's raising when I get his details.
The last time I went to SASA in town, the head office. There was a head office in Pretoria in town. They tell me I must ask for the appeal. I go back to SASA. The supervisor tells me there's no such thing of appeal. And then that lady who helped me in SASA in town, he asked me, why you don't wear overall to show them that I'm poor?
Yeah.
Ashraf, I want to resolve this matter, and obviously, I don't want to be getting bits and pieces of the complaints. I want to get all the complaints from the caller. And my humble request is that once we finalize the discussions, I be given the details, his details, and I intervene, because I need to get to understand what is happening. As I'm interacting with the caller now, I'm losing some of the important information.
Yeah, okay. I think you are spot on. So to the caller, you've got a few different points. From a SASA perspective, they will chat to you off air and try and resolve each one or reach some resolution. So can we do that? I'm going to take you off air now, and then Keys, my producer, will connect both of you, and then we can take it from there. And hopefully there'll be some joy for you as well. All right? Is that fine? Okay. All right. Anonymous, you're still there?
Yes, I'm there.
All right. Is that fine, right? You're going to chat to SASA off air, right? We're going to connect you. All right. That's fine. Well, thanks for that, Dr. Paseka. Letsatsi, I really appreciate you availing yourself. I think it's important, and we want to try and do this. Besides talking about the big issues in the country, trying to becoming a bridge, really, between problem and problem solving. And I think this is a good example of that, and hopefully there will be some benefit coming out of it. So thank you for your time here on the National Pulse. All right.
Transport drivers, every winter morning, our children depend on you to get them to school safely. But overloaded vehicles and rushing against time puts lives at risk. Remember, our children are not cargo. Overloading reduces your ability to stop on wet or icy roads. Drive responsibly. Arrive safely. Protect every child, every trip. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
To all you very talented people who entered the Top Billing Presenter Search for 2026, thank you for the time and effort you put into your auditions. It feels like you're coming for our jobs.
We are so impressed by the standard of the presenting and of the video entries.
It was not an easy decision, as you can imagine, but we have our top 40 and you can see them on SABC+. And let us know what you think on our social channels.
Thank you so much for your incredible support. your kindness, and sharing our passion for the show. It means so much to us, and we're grateful to have you as part of the Top Billing family.
One of these days, we could be watching you on Top Billing. Thursdays at 7, Sundays at 1 on S3, and Tuesday nights at 9:30 on SABC 1. You knew that.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAFM 90 years.
SAFM family, my name is Zonke Shazi Hlongwane. I'm a parenting coach and author of Girl You're Enough. Congratulations on an incredible 90 years of broadcasting excellence. As someone passionate about parenting and child development, I've had the privilege of using this platform to reach many families across the country. SAFM doesn't just inform people, it inspires thinking, learning, and meaningful dialogue. Thank you for being a trusted voice for our generation. My wish is that SAFM continues to open doors, amplify voices.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa. This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
Right, I'll tell you what, I have been seeing, last night that is, I've been seeing those visuals of the seemingly avalanche and then flash flood in Nepal, right, and Tibet, and you just wonder. It is just frightening, the sense of helplessness and the immediacy how people lose their lives and lose everything. There's always islands of hope, and you see one or two dwellings, and you see amazingly they survived, like a triple-story building I see. But having said all of that, I mean, the bigger issue is what has caused this. Is this flash flood just what one expects, like, it's going to happen once in a while? Or, as has been suggested by some people, some climatologists, this is a good example of the impact of climate change that the world is not taking seriously. So let's find out more about it with Professor Jasper Knight, physical geography, lecturer, I think it is, just correct me if I'm wrong, at the University of Witwatersrand. Much appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon to you.
Thank you. Right. So, perhaps you want to answer that question. What is this? What has happened in Nepal, Tibet, right? Just one of those things that inevitably does happen, or is it a direct result of climate change?
Well, it's very, very likely that climate change is the cause of many of these very big disasters. And as you've been describing, the catastrophic scenes of flash flooding ripping through these Himalayan mountain valleys is kind of astronomical. And it's very, very likely that climate change is important here as driving the forcing factors giving rise to this flash flooding. And really this comes about through two things. The first is by melting snow and ice. And of course this releases lots of liquid water to flow over the land surface and to flow into these mountain valleys. But the other is increasing the temperature of ice that's below the ground surface. And this is what we call permafrost. So permafrost freezes the ground and holds everything together. If the permafrost warms up and it starts to melt, this loosens the ground and makes it more likely that we're going to get catastrophic rock slope failures and landslides.
Okay.
And it's very likely both of those two things are involved here.
All right. So, and why are you so convinced that the cause of that would be climate change?
Well, the main reason here is that we know globally that glaciers are retreating as a result of increasing atmospheric temperatures. So this is the global warming driver. But we also know that the development and then the very rapid catastrophic drainage of big glacial lakes is also increasing. And we know this from monitoring studies over the last 30 years worldwide. So all of these things indicate that increasing atmospheric temperatures, increasing the rate at which glaciers are melting away, is a primary cause. And unfortunately, the catastrophic flash flooding that we've seen here in Nepal is really the signature of what happens when the environment is disturbed by climate warming.
Just explain, just so we can recap, what actually happened from the first point to the last in terms of what happened in Nepal.
Well, it's still not known for certain. There was quite a lot of conflicting statements, but it's very likely that there was a collapse of the terminus or the end of a glacier. So part of the ice and the rocks and debris that's caught up in the ice basically collapsed down the mountain slope. And it's thought that basically disturbed a pre-existing glacial lake. In other words, a lake sitting in the bottom of the valley. Now, these lakes are held in by soft glacial material and also by landslides. So here, disturbing the water and disturbing these very kind of fragile barriers holding the water in allowed the water from that lake to burst out very suddenly. And this is what we've actually seen in all of these videos, with torrential water moving through these river systems incredibly quickly, carrying all this dirty, muddy material with it.
No, I mean, I've seen the dirty, muddy water. I've seen those torrents. I mean, and I've heard people talk about, in some cases, it reaching heights of 20 feet, right? Give us perspective. I mean, how large would this water flow be?
Well, I mean, we don't really have in situ measurements of these things, but of course these can be estimated from many of the videos that we've seen on the news and on social media. So it's really very likely, of course, that this water is not just, moving very quickly down through the valleys, but it's also incredibly turbulent. And as a result of this high energy, here we have the capacity of the water to move anything in its path. So big boulders, bits of infrastructure, sweep away bridges, sweep away roads and houses and so on. So here it isn't just the presence of the water itself, it's all of this really big debris that's moving along with the water that also causes the damage. So when people are killed, unfortunately, they're not just drowned, they are also critically injured when all of this debris hits against them.
I mean, I saw you talked about the boulders. You spoke about the boulders, rather. I mean, I'm looking at the studio that I'm sitting in. One or two look like half the size of a studio room, right? And I've seen big trucks, being pushed along like, you think of children's little toys in a bathtub. I mean, that's how easy it was, right? So the point to bring up next around the issue of climate change is how do we then mitigate against this? Because the concern then, and I've heard stories about the river flow going all the way down, to China, could even affect parts of India and Pakistan. That's with this existing issue. But beyond that, if what you're saying is true, we could actually have further occurrences like this, not today, but down the line sometime in a few years' time.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, unfortunately, these examples of lake outburst floods are occurring all the time, all over the world. But now with satellite imagery, we do have the tools by which we can then monitor the increase in size of these lakes, and this is a really good indication that, they may be potentially dangerous. But of course, we also need to monitor the geology, the rocks, the river outflow, because it isn't just a case of the lakes getting bigger and bigger. We also have to consider at what point this is going to cause a burst in the dam wall. And this is the big trigger for these big floods. So all of this requires lots of kind of scientific information and monitoring, not just from satellite imagery, but also things on the ground as well. And as we've seen here in Nepal, many of these places are pretty remote. So they're difficult to get to, difficult to monitor on the ground, and, difficult to manage when something catastrophic like this happens.
I mean, we spoke to Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman from the Givers of the Givers yesterday. And I mean, if they get the go-ahead, they will be there to support. But he already made the point from previous experience that Nepal is a particularly difficult terrain to navigate. So that's the one thing. Then I've touched on the issue. I saw a few buildings not even buildings, homes, right, but triple-story homes, and incredibly, on both sides of it, there were just turrets, and those buildings survived. Having said that, I've also heard, having met someone today who knows the area, he said a lot of the homes in that region, all the construction, in fact, there's so much, let's call it waste and junk in that region, that what they do, they pile the junk at the bottom of a home and they put a foundation of sorts on top of it. So that means the foundations are rather flimsy. You have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. I mean, unfortunately, the nature of kind of the development of settlement and infrastructure and so on in these very narrow mountain valleys is that everything is concentrated in the bottom of the valley, because here, of course, we have really big, steep, rocky mountain sides on either side of the valley. And, of course, this is basically, right in the line of danger. So very often in the development of these settlements and communities, the risk management associated with all of these floods as well as seasonal floods is really critical. So it's difficult to get stuff in, difficult to get stuff out, and everything is concentrated in these high-risk valley areas.
And big issues, how do we learn from it? I think there were problems in Turkey when they had that earthquake as well. But that's another conversation for another time. Professor Jasper Knight from the University of Witwatersrand, much appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse. Let's get the news. Here's Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Acting Police Commissioner addresses media on the release of crime stats and death toll in flood in Nepal rise to 547. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. Acting Police Commissioner Puleng Timpane says drugs remain a significant driver of violence, organized crime and social disorder. Addressing the media in Pretoria during the release of the first quarter crime statistics, Timpane says drug-related crime increased by 11.5% to 57,682 cases. She says police are intensifying intelligence-led operations to dismantle drug trafficking networks. Timpane also says the link between alcohol, drugs and violent behavior continues to contribute to certain categories of violent crimes.
We also closed over 6,500 liquor premises for the quarter. This was for various contraventions, and we also arrested 9,813 motorists for driving under the influence of alcohol. These interventions are very important because the patterns emerging from our crime analysis increasingly demonstrate the intersection between alcohol. The Minister has touched on this. Alcohol, drugs, violent behavior, and certain categories of contact crime.
The Madlanga Commission has heard claims that the late taxi boss Mswazi Msibi allegedly surrounded himself with men described as Izinkabi hitmen, including murder-accused Katiso K.T. Molefe and attempted murder-accused businessman Vusimuzi Ket Matlala after being confronted over an alleged assassination attempt. Mpumalanga taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni testified that Molefe and Matlala's association with Msibi left him fearing for his life and convinced him that a renewed threat against him was emerging. He told the Commission that information from industry sources as well as visitors to Msibi's farm prompted him to go into hiding and take additional precautions to protect his safety.
Mr. Msibi substantially reinforced his personal security apparatus. He surrounded himself with individuals known in the taxi industry in the criminal connotation of the term as Izinkabi. Among those whom Mr. Msibi engaged for his purpose was Mr. Ket Matala, it was Mr. Katiso Molefe. The Commission should note the sequence with care. The reinforcement of this security apparatus occurred immediately after I've confronted Mr. Msibi with his responsibilities for the 2006 attempt.
The IFP's KwaZulu-Natal chairperson, Tami Ntuli, has called for an urgent meeting of communities and leaders in the Izingolweni area in the south of the province to promote peaceful election campaigning. The SAfmRadio party volunteer and the ward councillor were confronted when they were putting up posters last weekend. The IFP says in a statement a group of people told the volunteers that they did not want the party to campaign in the area. The IFP volunteers were then attacked, with 3 people being bitten and hit with a hammer. A charge of assault with the intent to do grievous bodily harm has been opened with the police. Nduli has asked that a community meeting be held with the participation of the IEC before there are incidents with more serious consequences.
And we're quite worried that there are still areas which are no-go areas and people who are intolerant to a competition. As we know that we're preparing for local government elections, we want KwaZulu-Natal to pass this period or this season through a peaceful, in fact, contestation where no one will not welcome other competitors.
The ANC in Knysna in the Western Cape says the families of 3 party members who were gunned down last week are struggling to come to terms with their loss. Former Mayor Aubrey Tsengwa, former Councillor Mandla Matiwane and taxi leader Mandla Jololo will be buried this weekend amid tight security. ANC regional spokesperson Moyise Makalela.
We wish the family of Comrade Mandla Jololo strength as they will be laying him to rest today, Friday, in Lusikisik. We further want to wish the family of Comrade Aubrey daughter Tsengwa, who will be laid to rest on Saturday. And lastly, we wish strength to the family of Mandla Matiwane, who will be laid to rest on Sunday.
The death toll in Nepal has risen to 547 after Wednesday's flash flooding devastated the Himalayan border region. Chinese officials say that search and rescue operations have reached a critical stage as a lake dammed by a landslide is at risk of overflowing. Nepalese officials say more than 100 foreign nationals have been rescued. The BBC's Sanjaya Dakal reports.
The latest figure is 547 dead. It's given by Nepal police. And the Nepal's disaster response authority has also issued a statement. They are saying that they have been able to rescue around 3,700 people in the last couple of days, but still hundreds are still missing. Over 900 are missing according to the data given by that authority.
Recapping the top story, Acting Police Commissioner Puleng Timpane says drugs remain a significant driver of violence, organized crime and social disorder. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, SAFA presidential candidates confirmed Proteas 17-1 after 3 overs against Namibia, and Ferrari reveals special Michael Schumacher-inspired Monza race suits for F1 Italian Grand Prix. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a busy Friday afternoon. It coincides sort of with month end, doesn't it? The N1 getting out of Joburg pretty heavy today on that mid-Rand section. Up as far as Olifantsfontein before you're out of that. More pressure then on the M1 going through Pretoria with queues forming between Buerta Avenue and a couple of breakdowns before Garsfontein. Crash on the Mike 1 south near Glenhove. If you're coming out of Sandton, there is some pressure to work through there as well. Durban side, usual breakdown just after Mgeta Road on your way to Spaghetti Junction. Traffic starting to push back beyond Inunda Road. N3 looking generally okay between on the westbound side, but the impact there is on the Durban-bound carriageway. And Cape Town today, collision on the N2 out of town at the R300. That's causing a big delay passing the airport. On your way to Khayelitsha, a crash and some roadworks. On the N7 north, a crash after Plattekloof, the roadworks. A long-term job up there by Malabongwe. It's heavy as you line up to get past noon. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAfm is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Did you follow Joburg Mayor Morero yesterday? Dara Morero, that is, of course. He was criticized, as part of an audience that he was addressing at an Imbizo in Tepisong, and they were they called him a criminal, and he was very, very angry about it and defended himself that he's not a criminal, and then went on, and then because of the recurring issue, so upset, he then swore at the person who had made that allegation towards him. What do you make of that? The allegation is one thing. His response as the sitting mayor of a city is another. Just how much of a big deal is that, or is that something like on that too? We'll also talk about marketing and branding, how premium brands They don't have a quality problem because that's what they are, but they do have a distinction problem, trying to separate one from the other. That comes up as part of our marketing feature, which we'll do just now. So looking forward to that conversation. Further comments on the Minister of Police and his pronouncements regarding the crime rate are most welcome. And of course, the issue of what we've just spoke about now in Nepal. And yes, I mean, you heard that very clearly from someone who ought to know, the climatologist, Professor Jasmine Knight. He says, definitely, direct cause would be climate change, which has caused a warming, and therefore these glaciers begin melting, and that allows, because the glaciers trap this lakes of water beneath it, and it opens up and it floods as it did, and expect more of the same. Climate change. Hoax? No. These are examples of it.
One day is one day, but maybe today is that day. It's 90 days of winning and 90 minutes of drama on SABC1. Catch Skim Sam at 7:30, Uzalo now at 8 p.m. and Generations The Legacy at 8:30. Spot the daily show code on screen and enter via WhatsApp or USSD. It could be you. Win airtime and data daily, 10,000 Rand weekly or the 100,000 Rand grand prize. T's and C's apply. Watch and win.
Democratic nation in 1994, the end of apartheid marked the beginning of a new era built on freedom and constitutional democracy.
The people that died for us on the many marches that they had, especially the ones on June 16, were from students who had dreams that were bigger than themselves. They strived for more and they saw a future that was much bigger than them.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
This morning to me, well, it took 8 attempts, but the Big Easy finally did it. South Africa's Ernie Els finally recorded his first win.
And it's just a month and a half until the start of the World Summit in Johannesburg. Now, most people are aware of the summit's goals.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is the fact that she has really paid a very big price for taking up music. Because what happened is that she left her daughter, one and only daughter.
You're listening to SAFM 104 to 107, and it's time for our music documentary series, The Music Makers. What is it all about?
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues.
Right, there's a big event on Monday and we're going to be there. And I'm talking about the Women in the Human Settlements Sector Dialogue. Also in attendance will be the Minister of Human Settlements, that's Tembi Simelane, right? Now, the event will be under the theme of value chain opportunities for women in the human settlements sector. Empowered women empower the nation. And the dialogue will provide an evidence-based platform for reflection, recognition and forward commitment for women's economic empowerment in the human settlements sector, including the recently issued Human Settlements Policy Directive in response to the gender-based violence and femicide. So all of that's happening and we'll be there. This show will be there on Monday. So if you're going to be around what Kempton Park it is, come and say hi. I'd love to engage with you, but that's tomorrow. That's on Monday.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM. SAFM.
Did I say tomorrow? Of course, this is what happens when you just want to rush the weekend over to a Monday before you know it, right? Let's talk about another big issue that needs to be rushed. Have you heard about this story? The Special Investigating Unit has uncovered a visa racket that involves, listen to this, fake students, fake retirees, and alleged bribery, which once again brings into question two areas of weakness: the visa system, those that are managing it, and again the issues of plugging on. And inability to plug holes around immigration. Let's find out more about it and what happens next with Selby Makgoto, the SIU spokesperson. Selby, as always, good to engage you on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much, Ashraf. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the listeners.
Thank you. Well, you never say have a good weekend. This is a case of like, I'm going to have a headache listening to what you have to say, but tell us anyway.
No, I can imagine. Look, we've been in this situation for quite some time, but 2 days ago in Parliament, before the Standing Committee on Higher Education, looking into the gravity, the magnitude of the challenges relating to the appointments happening at the universities, institutions of higher learning, that will be the TVET colleges and other institutions such as AgriSETA and so on and so on, PSETA, amongst others. But it came to light that during the course of the investigation, between 2017 and 2025, there were quite a number of instances where, in fake academics came in and falsified qualifications. Some students, the admission criteria, for instance, at the University of Port Harcourt, we are looking into two schools. That is the School of Law and the School of Management Sciences. We found that those were the targeted areas. More than 400 students got admitted there without following proper procedures. And also with the appointment of some of the academics. And this one is not only limited to Fort Hare, but quite a number of institutions. We looked into about 26 institutions of higher learning, that is inclusive of universities. And the pictures that arose out of that investigation, analysis of facts, and documents, did indicate that indeed this has been a problem that unfortunately has not been paid attention to. We are happy that when we did the presentation, there were three government departments, that is higher education, home affairs, as well as employment and labor. And we made a compelling case to the effect that if there is synchronization of programs, these two departments, if they can talk to each other so that we can minimize the risks of these corrupt activities.
So, I mean, let's just be clear in terms of the numbers. You see, if there's one or two cases, those things happen, right? One or two cases. Do I get the sense, if I heard you correctly, that it's actually widespread? And if so, I heard you talk about 400. How many people are we talking about here across the board?
Well, the numbers at this stage, one cannot immediately say this is the exact number of the individuals implicated. But the picture that we presented there, we have got about 76 active cases at the moment spread across various institutions of higher learning. And you are right, this is a widespread problem. But in terms of the proclamation, remember, we had to zoom into a particular institution. And in this particular case, it was the University of Fort Hare. Out of that institution, we got a sense of what the broader problem is, because when we interviewed some of the students, for instance, they came in and expressed concern about their living conditions, and that is wherein it triggered the investigation into the student lease accommodation. Then we also looked into other areas, and we found that other affected areas, for instance, that will be in the logistics, in infrastructure, in catering, in security services. And also another university that we also looked into is the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We also found this is also, the problems are even more deeper, but also looking into other institutions that we are currently now engaged with. We have written them letters, and we have requested some information to look at the gravity of the problem, but more importantly, how do we mitigate this situation moving forward?
And again, I think there's two parts to it in terms of who would be responsible in terms of overseeing this, that in fact either did not oversee the process, right, or in fact turned a blind eye completely, as in turning the blind eye, or was very willfully involved in this on the one hand. And then the other one, which got it so topical in terms of visas, would be the numbers of foreign nationals involved in this.
Look, the problem here was governance. There was just no governance. There was no accountability. There was a clear violation of the statutory, regulatory, and other legislative frameworks governing good governance. There was just no good governance. The University of Fort Hare, I'll give that as an example because it's public information in its public record. They hired an academic who is a foreign national, came in there. The selection and recruitment criteria was flawed to a point that that academic went in and also bled the university. I mean, the university could not even explain at some point a debt of 5.2 million rand. How did they incur that? And when we traced the money, so we found that it was just a way in which there was just no accountability. People were just doing as and when they wished. Hence, we say those who were responsible for the various governance committees at the time also need to assist in terms of giving the answers.
All right, quick answer in 30 seconds. What happens next?
Now, we presented this. We are, in terms of the maybe the various proclamations, we are going to give a final report at the end of September. We have committed that by the 30th of September, we will be giving the final report to the President in terms of the proclamation. So, these other matters, we have referred about 252 to the prosecuting authority. We have made systemic recommendations to the institutions to institute disciplinary actions where appropriate, and also to check in terms of the other disciplinary hearings, writing to the other departments and other regulatory bodies that also need to go in and ensure that there is proper accountability in the results.
Well, we're certainly going to follow that trail. Selby Makoto, the SIU spokesperson. And I mean, there's a good example. It's not about foreign, it's not about local. It's just rampant and it's a mess, whichever way you look at it.
Remember the first time your soul felt alive? Or the last time music moved you so deeply you didn't want it to end? That feeling is calling you back. You're officially invited to come experience soulful performances from global icons Kamasi Washington, Temba and Africam Kize, Nubaya Garcia, Ibrahim Malouf, Judith Supuma, Angelique Kidjo, Ndabo Zulu, Melanie Skolch, Floetry, Taniswa Mazwai, and 40 world-class acts. 4 incredible stages of the Sandton Convention Center. 1 unforgettable experience at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. 25th to 26th September. This is Jazz Reignited. Get your weekend pass now via Ticketmaster.
Pedestrians, crossing the road in winter can be deadly, especially on highways. These are no walking zones for a reason. Always use pedestrian bridges and designated crossings, even if it takes a little longer. No shortcut is worth your life. Stay smart, stay patient, and always cross where it's safe. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
It's the first elimination challenge of the Tastemaster Junior, this Sunday evening at 7 as the bottom 6 take a culinary trip to Central America. It's a fiesta in the kitchen as they learn how to make their own tacos, along with all the trimmings. Who will bring the heat and who will be the first young chef to be sent home? Find out on the Tastemaster Junior, Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, I need to get to your calls. We go to Rosebank first up. Butana, hi.
Hi, my brother Ashraf.
Yes, you want to talk about the mayor?
It's so disappointing when a mayor is insulting a resident that is frustrated. And President Ramaphosa told us that the ANC is accused, number 1. He said they are crooks. They must learn from DA. And the mayor is insulting instead of providing solutions. And remember what they've done. They've taken about 10 billion rand and given it to
No, but wait, I don't think that's the issue, Butana. I mean, we can have the debate about who did what all day long. The issue is a person in the crowd made a comment about allegations against the mayor, and the mayor responded by suggesting that, I'm not a criminal, I'm not corrupt, I'm not a criminal, and then went on to swear the person. That's the issue that we can talk about now. In terms of what they did in general is another conversation.
But what's wrong with that when you accuse them of criminals? If they can't protect our assets, how do you describe them? Our assets have been run down. How do you describe those people?
Yeah, but it's easier said. You can't just say someone's a criminal if they're not convicted to be a criminal. I mean, that's the point, Butana. Okay, that really is just the way the law works, right? Okay, you've made your point. Thank you. Let's get to further comments. Here we are.
Ashraf, good afternoon. Every responsible father will secure the entire house. If you see the father securing his own bedroom, leaving the remaining of the house vulnerable, he is a very useless father. This is exactly what politicians are doing. They have securities, they have bodyguards. They don't care about the remaining of the people. They will never fight crime. Sometimes I even think maybe they are vampires. They drink people's blood or what. JCK, Johannesburg.
Oh my goodness. Just don't say that in a public gathering because you may get a response from a politician. Vampires drinking people's blood? It's getting pretty extreme here. That's all I can say. Here we are.
Hi, Ashraf. The only time that we should celebrate, that's when we get the information that no one was killed in the past 3 months. Then we can celebrate. Not when the figures go down by 20 or 15%. We can't celebrate that.
Well, but you can celebrate it. I mean, like, small celebrations or what? You can't ignore it. It's like, if you're, let me put it this way. If you're a sports team and you've lost 5 matches in a row and you win 1 game, do you say, no celebration? We're not asking you to lift the cup. We're just saying acknowledge the victory and try and repeat those victories. You must celebrate small steps.
Hi, Ashraf. Louis from Pretoria. Look, Ashraf, regarding the issue of Mr. Dada Morero, I think he's weak. He's not a leader. As a leader, even if people, when they call you names, even when they shout at you, you remain calm. You know you are a leader. You are a leader of society. People, they go as far as calling our president cupcake. Cupcake. Is he a cupcake? No, but he understands the nature of the work that he's doing. Like, as a leader, people will always criticize you. People will always call you names.
Yeah, but there's a very big difference between being called a criminal or a cupcake. I mean, seriously. What's the biggest? I just wonder. Tabo in Germiston, hi.
Hi, Arshaf, how are you?
Yeah, good talking to you. Thank you. Let's talk about the data.
Arshaf, let me tell you. One of the good qualities of being a leader, let alone, obviously politicians are supposed to be leaders. It's not to take offense, it's to be sober, and to exercise a greater degree of humor. When people are angry because of a whole lot of other things, they can even say to you, you are stupid as a leader in a public meeting, but you are not supposed to take offense and insult those people back and insult them terribly. Then you are not a leader. You are in the wrong place. You are not supposed to be a leader. If you take offense as a leader to people who are angry because of a whole lot of other things, you take offense and you insult them back.
Yeah, but this is the point.
You are not supposed to be a leader. Then you are not supposed to be a leader.
No, look, you can take offense, but it's
no,
but you know what I'm saying. You're not listening. Wait, hold it.
I've been listening to you.
No,
I've been listening to you. I don't agree with you.
No,
there.
but I haven't even finished my sentence.
No. Then you are not supposed to be a leader. Then you can't be a leader.
You're not listening to me.
Then you can't lead people.
Can I finish my sentence?
You can't lead people.
Can I finish
no ways.
Can I finish my sentence now? Can I finish my sentence? Hello? Now, where are you?
Ashraf.
Yeah. I'm saying, can I finish? This is what I'm saying.
Yes, please do.
I said, you can take offense as it personally hurts you. But this is the part you didn't hear me say. You can't articulate you taking offense in a public gathering to the point where you disregard the public in a disparaging way. That you cannot do. And if you're going to swear somebody back, you're going to lose the room, which is clearly what the mayor has done. I hope you got that now. Okay.
I hear you.
You can you see, you can be hurt, but you can keep quiet about being hurt. That's what I'm saying to you.
Yes,
all right.
Yes.
Thanks for that, Tabo. You can't take offense.
No, I hear you.
Thank you. You can take offense, but you internalize that offense. You publicly express yourself and you swear at someone, you're going to lose the room.
Ashraf, good afternoon. Every responsible father will secure the entire house.
That's what I think we played that already. Didn't delete. Let's do this one.
Afternoon, Ashraf. It's Kumbuzo Gunene here. Ashraf, why don't the 10-year period of the criminal record apply to the only the repeat offenders? Because there are people who serve only 2 years for sometimes clear crime that they did not even commit, but yet they are being sidelined. They can't find a job because of the 10-year period of their criminal record. Come on, man.
What do you think? The 10 years is far too long? But isn't that the point? Don't commit crime because it'll get you into serious trouble. Isn't that the point? Unless you have another view on that. Right, 4:30 on Deadline Bana with the news hits.
Thank you, Ashraf, and a very good afternoon. On the news headlines, the ANC Western Cape Caucus has welcomed the resolution by the Western Cape Provincial Legislature to pass its proposal for the establishment of an ad hoc committee to investigate the causes of persistent killings and violent crime in the province. Mpumalanga taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni has denied ever discussing City of Tshwane or Tshwane Metro Police Department procurement matters with suspended South African Police Service Sergeant Fani Nkosi. And Sudan's government has lifted a 2-year curfew and state of emergency in Khartoum as they try to restore normal life in the war-damaged capital. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hose.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, the M1 getting up through Buccleuch for a trip through Midrand today. Busy, but also 3 broken down vehicles stuck between, the point just before Allendale and the point halfway to New Road. So a lot of congestion building up. N3 from Limbo Park, N1 from Rivonia into Buccleuch, and then the N1 up through Allendale towards that New Road exit. Also breakdown by the looks of things. N3 south around London Road, or just maybe past that towards the Inval exit. So coming from Limbo Park, that is slow today. N12 and R24 routes in from Ekurhuleni, queuing up to Galilee's interchange. N17 looks all right if you're heading out towards Springs and Brakpan. No sign of any major roadworks out there. A lot of breakdowns as well on Pretoria's N1 North, one at the R21, one around Rigel Avenue, and another up by Garsfontein. That plus Friday volumes means pretty slow going from Botha Avenue, and you stay in the traffic right through until about the Linwood Road exit. Now, if you're Durban bound, coming out of Pietermaritzburg, an earlier crash at Ashburton, it's been moved just to the left shoulder. There is a little bit of a slowdown rather than a heavy backlog on your way to Durban. Victoria Embankment coming out of Durban CBD, that's slow towards the M4. The N2 breakdown just past Umgene Road is still there. That's a bit slow from Inanda Road. And Cape Town today, collision on the busy N2 outbound at the R300. That's pushing queues back past the airport exit, and a crash and roadworks on the N7 North by Dunoon, causing quite a delay from Plattekloof Road as you line up through towards Malabongwe Drive. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
So, to me, there's 2 big rivalries to talk about. There's the All Blacks against Springboks. I should say the other way around, Bokside home. The Springboks against the All Blacks. And there's the rivalry for the SAFA election. Tell me about that.
Well, the battle continues for the next president of the South African Football Association, and the chairperson of the SAFA Governance Committee, Dr. Victor Makajane, has confirmed that Danny Jordan will go against Sandile Zungu for the South African Football Association presidential elections next month. Since Zungu raised his hand to challenge for the SAFA top position, there were questions that were being asked about the AmaZulu owner's eligibility, but that was all settled by the Governance Committee today, and here's Makajane explaining the process.
In terms of the presidential list, is that we received 2 candidates, and these 2 candidates were vetted. And according to the list, it means the nominations for presidential candidate are 2.
Meanwhile, Orlando Pirates and Sekhukhune United lock horns for the 3rd time this season in tomorrow's MTN 8 semi-final second leg at the Orlando Amstel Arena. The Soweto Giants hold the advantage after a 1-0 first leg win in Polokwane on the 22nd of August, followed by a 2-0 league victory just days later with goals from Boitumelo Radiopane and Oswin Apollos. Now, Pirates sit top of the Betway Premiership with 10 points from 4 matches, while Babina Noko are 7th on 6th. And Skukune United assistant coach Paulos Masehe, stepping in after head coach Cedric Kaza was sent off, insists that his side can still turn things around. In the meantime, TS Galaxy chairman Tim Sugazi has confirmed that the club's FIFA registration ban has been lifted, ending an administrative hurdle that restricted coach Bernard Parker's options at the start of the season. The Rockets had been sanctioned due to delays in onboarding with the FIFA clearinghouse system unrelated to player debt. And Sugazi says that the club is now officially accredited, allowing Parker to select from his full squad, as seen in Tuesday's 3-2 win over Marumo Gallants. Moving on to rugby, Springbok coach Rassie Rasmus says that there has been a strong sense of determination and desperation within his squad as they prepare to respond to last weekend's defeat to the All Blacks at Ellis Park in the opening rugby's greatest rivalry test. The 33-16 loss brought an end to the Springboks' 12-match winning streak and also saw New Zealand reclaim top spot in the World Rugby rankings. The Boks now have an opportunity to level the 4-test series when the teams meet at DHL Stadium in Cape Town.
We're proud South Africans, and yes, when the guys now, when we went to the field, you could see the people, they're happy, fans also. So we're very desperate to try and win this game, and we see that in the training sessions, we see that in the coaches' mindsets. But no, you can't now all of a sudden overload yourself with work and training, because you're playing a very good number 1 team in the world on Saturday, and it's just plans and getting aligned and having intensity at training sessions. But to answer you, I see a lot of determination.
Anything's off with Formula One. Ferrari has revealed the special Formula One race suits that Lewis Hamilton and Charles Leclerc will wear at the team's home Italian Grand Prix. Ferrari's new race suits are predominantly red, and they feature 7 stars Schumacher used to wear on his helmet designs. Now, Ferrari will reportedly honor Schumacher by running its SF26 cars in a special livery dedicated to the German, who won 5 of his 7 world championships in red. Next week's Italian Grand Prix at Monza marks the 30-year anniversary since Schumacher's first victory with Ferrari in 1996, as well as coming 20 years after his last F1 win in 2006. Were you ever a Schumacher fan, Ashraf?
You know what? Let me answer this. If you follow boxing and you never followed Muhammad Ali, there's something wrong. If you followed Formula One motor racing and you never followed Michael Schumacher, there was something wrong. That was the period when I hardly missed a race. Unfortunately, I do miss many races now as other priorities have taken over. But the answer, Michael Schumacher was my man.
You summed it up very well. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
It's the first elimination challenge of the Tastemaster Junior, this Sunday evening at 7 as the bottom 6 take a culinary trip to Central America. It's a fiesta in the kitchen as they learn how to make their own tacos, along with all the trimmings. Who will bring the heat and who will be the first young chef to be sent home? Find out on the Tastemaster Junior, Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
Your geyser would have hot water, but some people overloaded the transformer with their illegal connections. You're late again, and the robots don't work. Some people vandalized it for copper. The whole community doesn't have electricity because some people have been bridging meters for a small fee, and now the transformer has exploded due to overloading. Don't allow illegal connections by criminals to inconvenience you and your community. Report criminals to ESCOM on 0800 11 2722 or the SAPS. Save your transformer. Save lives.
Hurry! Get supersized savings at Spar for 4 days only. Get 850-gram Parmalat pre-packed cheese for $119.99. Save 49 Rand. Or 2-ply Twin Saver toilet rolls, 350 sheets, 18s for $109.99. Save 40 Rand. Price is valid from 27 till 30 August. While stocks last. Max 5 deals per product per customer. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
This September, S3 brings you thought-provoking nature documentaries that will change the way in which you view the world. Temperature Rising tells the story of 3 activists as they grapple with what thinking globally and acting locally means as they fight the barriers to climate action. Airs Sunday the 8th of September. Channel your inner activist with our selection of premium dockies Sundays at 5 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Paswane and Padlelia with us from Macro Fund Managers. Let's start with what? Local, and then we get to global.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Scripts were rewritten. The global news took effect with Kevin Wash's, US Fed Kevin Wash's Jackson Hole speech, giving a speech regarding that he will be firm on his 2% inflation target. He will not be giving any clear path for interest rates, making every interest rate meeting in the U.S. quite important going forward, informing investors to focus on the incoming data. He also noted that inflation isn't improving meaningfully from a trend perspective, and therefore, while labor is holding quite well, and this had allowed investors to price in yields higher because inflation is still currently above 2%, tilting more hawkishly. The dollar gave rise up 0.4, but not breaking out because he also closed with a confidence statement that he will be reaching the 2%, and therefore this has seen buying opportunities coming out of the commodities as they dipped but still holding bullish trends. We see gold was down 0.8% at $4,560 an ounce, platinum holding up over 1.7% at $1,885, silver was down 0.2% at $69, oil down 0.7% at $87.85 a barrel. More pressure also coming from the fact that oil flows are increasing incrementally, especially during ships are switching off their radars, and this was being very, very positive. Meanwhile, Russia and Ukraine escalation, we've seen it during the course of the week, has increased incrementally, rising, especially with the head of the CIA headed for Russia regarding the attacks on NATO area to not be considered. And while Russia is being viewed as seeing U.S. at a very weaker stance, especially being in Iran over the last 6 months, equities give focus on the speech and give back some gains. We see the U.S. markets is relatively flat across the board. You think Nasdaq, Dow, or the S&P. In Europe, DAX hold up 0.6%. CAC was up 1%. JSE gave some gains back, but up 0.5 currently. Resources down 0.5. Industrial financials up 1%. The rand also weakened at the back of these developments. Rand against the dollar was at 16.10. Rand against the euro 18.69, and rand against the pound in 1.81.
Right, thank you for that, Paswane. Have a great, fabulous weekend. In fact, and we'll connect with you and your team on Monday.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so let's get more. So we're going to chat about Dada Moreira from a perspective of reputation management. So we'll do that after 5 o'clock. It's an important conversation, but I see many of you already commenting about it in advance. We'll take that up. Ayanda in the Eastern Cape, you've got a thought on municipalities. Go for it.
Ashraf and the listeners, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Ashraf, I believe I've spoken on this issue. I've called in on this issue. I'm calling again. I believe for the second time now for the very same issue. I'm just hoping maybe the police minister or people that work in the ministry are listening. Maybe the community safety MEC from Eastern Cape, because we have a problem here, Ashraf, of a paralysis. I can put it like that. The municipality has been paralyzed and held at ransom by protests, which are now entering a second week. You can imagine there's a blockade. It's almost like a blockage of services. Businesses have been shut down for 2 weeks now.
Okay, but can I just interject you? I'll tell you what I want to do. Yes, you may have heard me say this earlier. What we're trying to do actively on the show is now try and bring people closer to problem solving. So you've spoken about it before. We won't have the chance to get the detail. And instead of you hoping someone listens, why don't you do this? I'm going to put you onto my producer Keys, right? Or Intabi saying one of them. We'll get all your details. Let's find out exactly what your problem is. Let's see if we can get the relevant authority to comment about it. I can tell you now the problem solving rate will be quicker in that way. Are you okay with that?
I would appreciate that.
Okay, that's it. So stay on hold. Keys will talk to you next, all right? I think that'll really help. Yeah, we really want to do that. We must problem solve. It's like service delivery on the National Pulse. Right, more comments from you. There is a flood on the Joburg mayor.
Atraf, it's Sonabo from Armanas. Atraf, if I can speak about the Joburg mayor and that Morera, he was right. He was right. People cannot just go around and insult other people and hide behind of the nonsense age, the so-called nonsense age that these are the old people. Those people, that guy or whatever, that woman, he or she was insulting that Morera because of his ANC member, nothing else. All those people that are coming in here defending that person, they are just talking nonsense. Nambi sizawuthi ndisuqala kakubi ndakuba ndimthuke ngomama wakhe. I was going to tell him that don't talk nonsense to me because he was just talking absolute rubbish.
Okay, so I mean, if he's insulted, that's one thing. If the allegations, you see, if someone says you're doing a lousy job, that's an insult. If someone calls you a criminal, that's not just an insult. That's an actual allegation made. I mean, he's entitled to say, I'm not a criminal. The next point is, does he then go out and swear the person back? I think that's where I differ, because I think he's an elected public officer. He's not a member of a supporters club or something. It's very, very different. He's got to act. That's why he's in that position. He's got to behave differently compared to maybe you and I in that case.
I actually agree with the people that say Dada Morero is weak. He's not supposed to be a leader. You know, being a leader comes with a whole lot of things. People are not to be happy with you, and people will swear at you, will do that. But if you know that they are not telling the truth, you are just a leader. You just continue and do what you know you have to do as a leader. So swearing at people, calling you, and especially when people call you corrupt, and you are an ANC person, we know like ANC. Even if you know that you are not corrupt, but ANC people should know that ANC is corrupt. And it's not a hearsay or something that we are just making it up. It's out there. ANC is corrupt. And when you are an ANC leader and people call you corrupt, you must just do your thing.
All right, look, I mean, I think even the ANC has conceded that they've lost ground regarding people from within their party that's fallen foul of corruption. That doesn't mean everybody within the ANC is corrupt. I mean, I think that's an important point to consider, right? But yeah, I hear what you're saying. There's more.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and SAFM listeners. Shoal here from East London. Look, I have to agree with the politician. I mean, if you want to make absurd claims like, or call somebody a criminal, bring the evidence to show that they are a criminal. I mean, that's a pretty big claim to make with no evidence. And I mean, the fact that this one caller says that people are angry because of a whole lot of other things, so what now? Does that mean that whenever I'm angry, I can call somebody a criminal or whatever? It doesn't work like that. Yeah, that's just my 2 cents. Thanks, Ashraf.
No, I don't think that's the point. I would agree with you that he's entitled to rebut that, to say, I'm not a criminal, you can't call me that. Where's your evidence? Then he swore the person. That's the difference. That's the difference.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Speaks Tumza here in Moods outside Robrasdal. I want to touch issue about the Dada Morero. Dada Morero is not a leader. He's weak. When you're a leader, you must accept everything from the resident. Whether they shout you or they do everything, but you must remember you are a leader. When you are a leader, you must accept everything from the community. Different method, different what you must face that. And then you must know how to deal with that situation as you are a leader. Those people, more especially those ANC people, they don't know what is the meaning of the leadership. They must come to me and then teach them.
They must come to you. Okay. Well, I mean, how should he have dealt with it? Someone calls you in a public platform. You're also campaigning for your party ahead of an important election. Somebody gets up from the crowd and they call you a criminal. They could call you a thief as well, but in this case they call you a criminal. You're like, I'm not a criminal, and you repeat it a few times, and then it continues, and then you feel aggrieved enough and you swear the person. Is that okay? Or if they say they must come to you, do you think they should do it differently? I'm talking about him, not the heckler, let's call it that. What should he have done differently, the mayor of Joburg?
Good afternoon, Sir Ashraf. Sir Ashraf, the only time I will keep quiet or I will celebrate is that time when I see President Cyril Ramaphosa calling or standing in front of us in the family gathering, telling us what happened with Mukunu. Was Mukunu right when he was shutting down the PKTT on the 31st of December? And was Mukunu wrong or right when he still the 121 Medadocus to Pretoria in his office? I thank you.
Okay, got that. And here's another. So you want to know what happened, but that doesn't mean you can't celebrate some aspects of victories we have. That's my point. And you can hear it wherever. They say small victories become big victories. Do claim the small victories. Don't neglect those.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, let's stop being hypocritical here. There is nothing to celebrate here. And also, this thing of that the crime has decreased. There is no crime that has decreased here. In the reality, the crime is in its highest. The thing that says the crime has decreased, it's not there. It's a false statement. Or let me say alleged false statement, but it's a false statement. The crime has increased. During that time that minister was announcing that decrease, many criminal activities had occurred. So the ANC must stop lying to us that the crime has decreased. The crime is increasing daily in South Africa. Thank you.
And how do you know?
In Cape Town.
How do you know crime is increasing daily? How do we know it's high? It's obvious it's high. We know that. How is it increasing? What are you measuring it against?
Good evening, South Africa.
Welcome to this special TV1 newscast. South Africans are flocking to the polls today in one of the country's most historic referendums.
For 90 years, South Africans have shared the moments that matter most, the stories that informed us, the music that moved us, the victories that united us, the voices we'll never forget. Here's to the many stories still to come, celebrating 90 years of SABC.
From yesterday's headlines to tomorrow's questions, 90 years of conversation.
Hey SAFM family, my name is Tsulufelo and I'm a singer, songwriter and artist. Congratulations and happy birthday to SAFM on celebrating an incredible 90 years of broadcasting, for amplifying diverse voices, fostering meaningful conversations. SAFM has done all, and what an amazing legacy it's had thus far. Thank you for championing South African stories, music and art.
South Africa has changed. SAFM has evolved. The conversation continues. SAFM.
Right, so it's a big day on Monday. When I say big day, because this show, will be at the Women in the Human Settlement Sector Dialogue. It takes place in Kempton Park, and the Minister of Human Settlements, Thembi Semelani, will close off the month by being in attendance at that event. Now, the theme of the event is value chain opportunities for women in the human settlement sector. Empowered women empower the nation. And we'll be there. You can join us as well. Lots of it, a lot of big conversations, including the Human Settlements Policy Directive in response to the gender-based violence and femicide that so plagues our country. And that show, so the National Pulse, Monday, 3 to 6, coming to you from the Women in the Human Settlement Sector Dialogue. And if you're around, come and say hi.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Okay, let's talk marketing and branding. We do this once a week. We talk about various issues in that space, right? And today we're going to talk about premium brands. And the thrust of the conversation is that premium brands are obviously quality by nature, so they don't have a quality problem, but they do have a distinction problem. Well, what does that really mean? With me is Nomaswazi Pumo, who's the head of strategy at Lagos Delaney, South Africa. Appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much, Ashraf, for having me, and afternoon to your listeners.
Thank you. Explain, what does that mean? You know, premium brands don't have a quality problem, they have a distinction problem.
I think when we talk premium, a lot of the time, we associate it with price of entry into the category. But it's not so much about how much things cost, but it's about how much things are different and that point of difference. And I think a lot of the premium brands are saying the same thing. The price is obviously high, which categorizes them as premium, but there isn't that point of distinction, things that make them feel different, things that make them worth paying more for.
Well, I mean, maybe a good start is when we talk about premium brands, let me not assume that I know. You know, give me examples, 3-4 premium brands locally and globally that stand out.
I think there's, if you look at the definition of what a premium brand is in 2026, it might slightly vary from what we knew it to be back then. But there are some clear brands that are really quite strong in this category. I think if we think the easiest category to obviously mention would always be fashion. And if we're talking locally, you have brands like Tebe Magugu, brands that have a clear story, brands that are, quality driven, brands that have a point of difference, but also very culturally rooted. You think of, if we're talking in the FM, if we're talking in the retail space, a brand like Woolworths, who really stands for something. You can tell from how they look, you can tell from how they feel, their product, how they name their products. If we're thinking something potentially in the beauty space, you think about a brand that will forever be associated with quality, but also is very on the pulse of culture, and is really worth paying the money for, and is giving good experiences, like Dove. Very clear in their messaging, very distinct. You can tell them, against anyone else in their category. So premium is more than just the name. It's more than just the price, but it's become the experience as well.
Okay, but having said that, so you're saying premium brands themselves, they are, well, I would see them as more upmarket, right?
Yes.
But they compete with each other in that space to try and attract, well, my attention. How are they able to do so?
I think the biggest thing that, sets them apart, because quality, I guess, is the first cue. If we're talking premium brands, it has to be of good quality. But the one thing that sets them apart in a very competitive category is that memory and meaning. And that's what we actually mean when we talk around this notion of distinction. What memory and meaning are they giving? And that is really all around the experience they're giving. I think if you're willing to pay a little bit more, you're wanting to get an experience that feels different. You're wanting to get an experience that equates to the value of what you are, I guess, investing in when you're associating yourself with that premium brand.
And I'm looking at the report from Kantar's brands research. They're saying what people are on average willing to pay 37% more for brands they perceive as meaningfully different. Now, it's interesting, that comment, because different doesn't actually mean better, right? So what would a person who sees something as different be willing to pay more for? I mean, what would be the big attraction there?
The biggest thing when we are wanting to be able to identify what that difference is how you make someone feel. It's way more harder to copy, because in terms of how premium brands look, in terms of the language, we know the language cues visually as well. There's a very clear visual identity, especially when we're speaking around premium brands in this space. But that how you make someone feel, that feeling, and that's all around the customer experience. And that's more powerful. And I guess the one thing that is that point of distinction that gives me that willingness to say I'm actually willing to pay a bit more, because it's not just about attaining this, but it's also being part of this world. It's also getting to experience something that's a little bit more different.
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, that explains why would that explain that in this case the long queues outside, say, the Louis Vuitton store at Sandton City, and I think at the VA waterfront in Cape Town. I mean, we know the prices are frightfully expensive. People obviously must be able to afford it to be in those queues, but they're willing to still give up their money because it makes them feel much, very different compared to others who will pay, 10% of a product that they perceive as good enough anyway.
It's exactly that. I think, just naturally as human beings, there's always this wanting to have a sense of belonging. And one thing about these experiences is that they start creating these communities. And if we look at culturally, what are some of the things that people are loving? I mean, we're seeing the rise even of this new economy, in the brand space around influencing, but it's people wanting something tangible. So it's bigger than just owning the sneaker, but it's being part of the experience in the line. It's entering the store and being offered that drink. It's being put on the waiting list. It becomes a combination of things, and that's what we, I guess, equate to the value chain of the experience of purchasing or associating yourself with these premium brands.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Appreciate your time and thanks for sharing those insights. And I'll still put that to the audience as well in terms of how they shop with their premium brands. And that's Nomaswazi Pumo, the head of strategy at Ligas Delaney, South Africa. Premium brands, what's their differentiation? In fact, how do you shop when you make a choice between one and another? Let's get the news. It's just gone 5 o'clock. Here's Greg.
Thank you. Ashraf. ANC welcomes Western Cape Ad Hoc Committee and Sudan lifts the curfew in Khartoum. Good day to you. The ANC's Western Cape caucus has welcomed the resolution by the Western Cape Provincial Legislature to pass its proposal for the establishment of an ad hoc committee to probe the causes of killings and other violent crime in the province. The 10-member committee, representing all political parties, will assess the effectiveness and coordination of existing interventions, examine the responsibilities of relevant institutions and stakeholders, and make recommendations aimed at strengthening crime prevention. The Acting Police Commissioner, Buleng Timpane, says drugs remain a significant driver of violence, organised crime and social disorder. Addressing the media in Pretoria during the release of the first quarter crime figures, she says drug-related crime increased by 11.5% to 57,682 cases.
We also closed over 6,500 liquor premises for the quarter. This was for various contraventions, and we also arrested 9,813 motorists for driving under the influence of alcohol. These interventions are very important because the patterns emerging from our crime analysis increasingly demonstrate the intersection between alcohol. The minister has touched on this. Alcohol, drugs, violent behavior, and certain categories of contact crime.
Mpumalanga taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibagnoni is denied ever discussing City of Tshwane or Tshwane Metro Police Department procurement matters with suspended Police Sergeant Fanny Nkosi. Sibagnoni was implicated at the Matlanga Commission through Nkosi's testimony, which linked him to tender processes at the Metro Police Department. He's also rejected claims that Nkosi acted as his agent, proxy or intermediary in any official matter.
I categorically deny that I ever discussed any procurement matters relating to the City of Tshwane or the TMPD with Sergeant Nkosi. No such conversation took place. F4. Sergeant Nkosi was not my agent or proxy, paragraph 2.6.5. I did not at any time use Sergeant Nkosi as my proxy, agent or representative to carry out any instructions or directions of mine in relation to any official matter. I deny this categorically. Sergeant Nkosi was not in any capacity acting on my behalf in any official context.
The suspended Deputy Ekhululeni Metro Police Chief Julius Mkhwanazi's blue light bail application has been reserved by the Germiston Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg. Mkhwanazi appeared alongside attempted murder accused Vuzamuzikat Matlala and another accused, Chris Steyn. Mkhwanazi and Matlala, who were already in court for other matters, were served with warrants of arrest yesterday, while Steyn was arrested yesterday. They face multiple charges, including corruption and fraud, among others, for allegedly fitting blue lights on Matlala's luxury vehicles and those belonging to his companies. Steyn was granted 10,000 rand bail, while judgment on Mkhwanazi's bail application has been reserved pending another matter in the Brakpan Magistrates Court related to the murder of businessman Emmanuel Nbense. Presiding Magistrate Trevor Claassen.
The application falls under Schedule 5 by virtue of the corruption charges
they acted in common purpose, and we looked at this offense. It happened long time ago. Everything has, the investments are complete. There is nothing that Your Worship, that they may interfere with. And to Your Worship, the accused 1 and 2, they are in custody in another matter. Therefore, Your Worship, this one won't be adding any value into that.
That was the state prosecutor in the case, Advocate Nkrebe Ntelwa, addressing presiding magistrate Trevor Claassen. The MK party has announced its mayoral candidates for 6 of the 8 metros across the country. Zandile Hlophe Mkhonazi is the party's candidate in eThekwini, Bongani Baloyi for Johannesburg, while Thulani Shongwe will represent the party in Ekululeni. Mapaseka Motibi is the mayoral candidate for the MK party in Mangaung. In Buffalo City, it's Mazwandile Vaibom, and Vuleni Mapu will represent the party as its mayoral candidate in the Nelson Mandela Bay metro. Let's go further afield now. Sudan's government has lifted a 2-year curfew and state of emergency in its capital, Khartoum, as they try to restore normal life in the war-damaged city. The BBC's Barbara Plett-Usher has more.
More than 2 million people have returned to Khartoum since fighting there ended, and this move is meant to help restore normal life in the city. But residents still struggle to rebuild their livelihoods, plagued by constant power blackouts. And the authorities remain wary of RSF infiltration. State media said security patrols would continue operating across the state, and locals traveling at night would need to carry identification documents. In the meantime, the war has continued elsewhere. That includes areas near the border with Chad, widely reported to be a route for RSF weapons supply.
Top story, the ANC's Western Cape caucus has welcomed the resolution by the Western Cape Provincial Legislature to pass its proposal for the establishment of an ad hoc committee to probe the causes of killings and other violent crime in that province. That's SAFM News, I'm Greg Goss.
In sports this hour, World Athletics set to step in to resolve athletics' SA governance crisis, and Springboks make 2 late changes for Cape Clash. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. The M1 getting out of Joburg side through to Pretoria. Just multiple breakdowns today. Lots of them. Don't know why. There's quite a few between Buccleuch and New Road. Another up by Olifantsfontein. And then more breakdowns between sort of Rigel Avenue and Gaasfontein. So there's a lot of pressure getting through Buccleuch up to the final breaking down vehicle in mid-round at Olifantsfontein. Then from John Foster out through Gaasfontein going north. That stays busy as you hit the Pretoria section. Joburg's M3 really tight today from Marlborough Drive all the way down to the M2 Heldenace interchange exit to Germiston. Mike 1 Santon down to Parktown area. That looking fairly heavy as well. And a lot of traffic on Malabongwe Drive today, going off the N1 highway out through sort of Sharonley and then through North Riding on your way out to Kyasan. Very busy. Durban, the N2 going south. That breakdown still there just after Umgeni Road. It's been there a long time. Pushing a queue back to Queen Nandi Drive. M13 coming through Pinetown towards Stapleton Road, heading towards Paradise Valley. That's very slow. M7 crawling up the hill towards the Belleville Road exit. And there's a crash on the N2 southbound around the Prospecton Road exit, causing some delays for south coast bound traffic. Cape Town, if you're heading to Dunoon or Tableview, is pretty bad. Collision on Plattekloof Road and Coburg Road. That's all snarled up around that junction. And there are 2 crash scenes on the N7, one before Plattekloof, one after Plattekloof, and then the roadworks up by Malabongwe Drive. So quite heavy from Bosmansdam Road, making your way through towards Dunoon today. N2 outbound, still slow towards the R300. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, still more to talk about. And by the way, just while we're at it, I've seen again quite a few people welcoming the All Blacks to Cape Town as if like that's my team. Any explanation that I can fully understand in a democratic South Africa? We will talk about other things. The launch of a mascot for SENSA, the South African National Space Agency, which is interesting. But Dana Morero and what he said and what he should have said comes up next.
Hi,
I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
For 90 years, SAfm has traveled with South Africa through change, uncertainty, and history. And throughout this month, we have been looking back and remembering the voices, the moments, the people, and the journey. This Monday, the conversation comes together. 5 remarkable voices and 1 historic roundtable. Professor Gilbert Muthatebe, Professor Sisanda Nkwala, Advocate Robin Siulal, Ms. Nada Wachela, GE of SABC Radio, and Ms. Judy Nwokedi, former Managing Director of SABC Public Broadcasting Services. The SAfm 90th Anniversary Roundtable, reflecting on where we come from, what SAfm has meant to South Africa, and where the next chapter takes us. Monday, the 31st of August, on The Daily Discourse. 90 years of history, one conversation about the future. Only on SAfm, still leading the conversations that move us. X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, let's get to the story of the Joburg Mayor, Dada Morero. So, we know the story. He was talking, he faced criticism, he was called a criminal. He responded saying, "Don't call me a criminal," on more than one occasion, and then he swore back at, let's call it, the heckler in the crowd, which does happen at political party events anyway. With me is Tsepo Matseba, the Managing Director for Reputation First. Tsepo, it's been a while. Good to engage you on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Great to be here.
Thank you. Right. Well, let's do this. There's been a jump from what happened late yesterday to an apology from the Joburg Mayor. Here it is.
Residents of Johannesburg, good afternoon, especially residents of Tshipisong today who were part of the public meeting on service delivery, or MBIZO, which was addressing in the main electricity matter. And during the course of the meeting, emotions went high between myself and one of the participants, and I would like to profusely and unconditionally apologize for my utterances which were made this morning at the meeting. It should not have been done in that fashion, and I do take full responsibility. And over and above, I did have a word or two with the resident concerned, and the meeting accepted my apology in the meeting. I do apologize for the conduct of that meeting, and thank you.
Okay, so there we are. Bottom line, things went out of hand. He was called a criminal. He repeated the point, "I'm not a criminal," more than one occasion, which I think is clearly entitled to say. Then he comes up and he apologizes. So would that be the case of, okay, he's apologized, because ultimately, first defending the fact that he's not a criminal, he then swore at this person. So we understand. Is that it? Finish and clear? Maybe not. There's a response from the audience, which I want to play first.
Ashraf, good afternoon. This is Tunes here. Dada Morero did brand ANC no good, honestly. You don't do that kind of stuff during an election season. Actually, you don't do it at all. The ANC should not actually forget that they are holding a check from the voters, which they should cash on the 4th of November. That check is going to come back, marked. Payment stopped, because we're not going to give our voters to people who are so insensitive and so disrespectful to the people that actually elected them. Thank you, Ashraf.
Okay, there we are. Right, so there's different perspectives there. Tsepo Matseba, what do you make of what happened in the early part? What do you think of the apology? What advice would you give the Joburg Mayor?
No, it's a very difficult position he finds himself in. So we all have the possibility of losing our cool from time to time, but leaders have a greater responsibility to exercise restraint and caution when faced with difficult questions. We must not forget that the consultations that were taking place or the session was really about service delivery. Ultimately, that's what the sessions most of the time are about. And the apology was necessary. and important to highlight that it was unequivocal. He did several things right after the incident. He apologized publicly, accepted responsibility, and did not attempt to justify the language. In reputation management, we often say that quick and unequivocal apology can actually contain damage, while it may not necessarily automatically restore trust. And it is the trust that I would invest my energy on if I were him, under the circumstances that he's facing.
Okay, so the fact that he's apologized and it's unequivocal, and as you said, he never gave an explanation as to why, you're saying that's a good thing, right?
It's a very good start.
Okay.
But if we extend it now, public leadership or political leaders are actually judged mostly when under pressure, and the severity of that leadership. So residents may be angry, provocative, and sometimes even disrespectful. This is a trend that happens all over the world, but political leaders are expected to demonstrate, to show in practice and through humility that they have greater restraint, because reputation is not shaped by how leaders behave when things are going well. It's actually shown on the moment when things are under fire, when there's pressure, when somebody throws something at you. You have to be able to respond without resorting to the gutter, where you find insults, where you found violence, and what he may have used, by the way, what he used may be interpreted as a threat to that specific individual if you understand the language that he used properly.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's an important point because a few people have brought it up on air today and others even off air to say, but he's just another human being like all of us. I mean, is it correct, and certainly you play in that space of reputation management, that an elected public official is not just another human being? He's a sitting elected official, a sitting office. In fact, he's the mayor of the city. That's how significant his position is, no matter what the propagation is. You're saying he can deny, which he did. I think that's fine. He cannot lose his head, right? He cannot get to a position where he becomes slanderous himself.
No, as a mayor, you can't. And I'll tell you it happens because the listener who said this happens during, as we run up towards the local government elections, he's not President Cyril Ramaphosa. So President Cyril Ramaphosa might be able to get away with years ago when he said to someone, shut up. But he carefully chose those words deliberately because he couldn't say what Morero said. Even though maybe emotionally inside he may have felt that way. So the issue is really about trust. Right now the profanity is the headline, and underneath it there's a much deeper problems about electricity, illegal connections, non-payment, and deteriorating relations between communities and the municipal authorities. So if that underlying trust deficit is not addressed, another confrontation is inevitable. And for the mayor, I nearly said minister, but for the mayor, in an election year, that affects him directly, where he has faced multiple challenges within his own political party. The next stage out of this is visible action. But before we deal with that visible action, we have to address the fact that you cannot sleep on the job. So he slept on the job because he spoke as if he's now in Alex, talking to his buddies at a pub. But in this specific instance, this is a different ballgame. It's almost like when you are a preacher in any religion, and you say integrity and trust and honesty and humility are the names of the game, and 2 minutes later you say what he said. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for the ANC as a brand, and it doesn't work for him as a brand.
Well, let's talk about the ANC now. So it's now less about even the person in the audience, but what does the ANC do about it, keeping in mind that he's the incumbent mayor. He's the incumbent mayor of a city that's very, very broken, right? And they have an election coming up. He's one of 4 candidates. There's no guarantee that he's going to be getting the nod anyway as an ANC candidate, let alone get the nod as the head of the city. So what should the ANC take from this and do now?
Oh, well, for the ANC, if I was sitting at Lutuli House, this gave the ANC an opportunity to actually not put him forward anymore, because they have the space not to put his name forward, because his name, if it's put forward, it gives the opponent, the DA, the Action SA, Rise Mzansi, EFF, to run billboards in his name, and that with those swear words in hashtags, and it won't work for the ANC. We know that the ANC has struggled with many issues. Even President Ramaphosa himself, by admitting that the DA-run municipalities were performing better financially and governance-wise, means that the headlines and the billboards will continue to get worse. But also there's a digital headline, which is run by citizens, by people, by social media activists, who will start a song using the same profanity that he used. And that song might be bigger than the ANC needs at the moment. And so I think the ANC would be right. But also there are detractors who don't want him there. So ordinarily those detractors will use this opportunity within the ANC to campaign against him and to have him moved from the road.
So to conclude in 30 seconds, are you saying in this case, Dada Morero has actually helped the ANC make a decision as to what to do with the incumbent mayor?
Absolutely. He actually created a write-off of a vehicle that was still running. And so he was still in the running, but the ANC now has an opportunity to simply close the tap and focus on the candidate or candidates that they genuinely want to put forward, and he's not one of them.
Okay, close the tap at a time when we're talking about water crisis in the country and in the city of Joburg has got its own sense of irony. Appreciate your time. Tsepo Matseba, Managing Director for Reputation First. Thank you for being on the pulse.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, we're going to talk about, a symbol to represent South African National Space Agency, SANSA, coming up just now. There are lots of comments, particularly around Dada Morero, so let's play them.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. You have to call a spade actually. The person who called Dada Morero a criminal was wrong. Even Dada Morero was wrong, so both of them were wrong. So what he did by apologize, he did a great thing. So even the person who called him a criminal should apologize in public. Yeah,
but that's never going to happen. What I'm trying to say, the apology from the person, from the public, that even if he doesn't, what can happen? Dada Morero can say, "I'll take you to court." It's not going to happen. And he did say we had our own chat afterwards, so maybe they resolved it themselves, right? But it's all about the mayor, because it's the mayor, of course, at the end of the day.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Dada missed a golden opportunity to turn things around, and he acted extremely irresponsibly for a man of his stature. You just bite the bullet and accept what people throw at you. You are a public figure, and all of us need to behave that way. Actually, you could have invited this heckler to the stage and asked him to explain why he's saying he's a criminal, and then say, "Okay, thank you, we will attend to your matter." 2 minutes, finished, and he goes on with his business.
Okay, well, I think you're pretty right. You're entitled to your opinion. Can you share it with us? Have you got facts and figures to prove it? If you can't, it's your opinion against mine. I'm saying I didn't do it. You said you did. Thank you. Can we move on?
Afternoon, SAfm and to listeners. It's Selvin Governor from Durban. Ashraf, when I do shopping, in this day and age, I do not look at brand names. I look at basically the price, and that suits my budget. In today's day and age, brand name doesn't matter. It's what you can afford, and obviously look at the quality as well. But with me, brand name is out. It's mainly the price and what suits my budget at the end of the day to feed my family.
Well, interesting one, Salman. I don't know if I agree with you. What I'm saying is, look, you can only pay for what you can afford. That's a fact. So that is clear. But branding matters because it does become very aspirational. You'll often get people saying, one day, I'm going to get that. One day, I'm going to go on that trip. One day, I'm going to buy that car, which tells you the power of a brand. So, for example, if I talk wealth, I promise you, even as I mention it, everybody thinks of a fancy car, they'll say Rolls-Royce. How did that happen? Can you see the power of the brand? Which is not the same as saying that you should make a plan and sell your house to buy that. Not at all. I mean, you can only buy what you can afford, right? Okay, let's talk about the national symbol in this case for the South African National Space Agency, SANSA. They've never had one. There's a plan now to do so, and there's a competition around it. Vanashri Maharaj is the communications manager at the South African National Space Agency. Vanashri, thanks for engaging us. You're on the pulse.
Good evening, Ashraf, and good evening to your listeners. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. You brought the evening slightly early. I mean, we've got a few hours, maybe half an hour before we get to evening proper, but I'll take it anyway, right? Tell me about this. I mean, so you've never had a symbol, and normally that will be a design that will be done in-house, and you'll get your creative team to come up with something that best reflects the South African National Space Agency. Why the need to go public with a competition?
Thanks so much. So I think, you're mentioning the brand, right? And people tend not to remember kind of logos, etc. for brands they do not connect with. And the whole idea behind the mascot, and you're right, we could do it through a design agency, is to create a mascot that people and all South Africans can recognize and emotionally connect with. And one of the big issues we find in the science sector is access and connection from our citizens to everything we do in science and technology. And we want to break down those barriers. And by getting grade 8s to grade 11s across the country to participate in a competition where they can express their creativity, their ideas about what space looks like now and in the future, I think is going to address all of these sort of challenges we currently face in trying to get science and space to all our citizens and get them to go on this journey with us, because space is the most incredible opportunity. It is an avenue that's going to make South Africa a leader globally, and we want to take every South African on this journey. So, I think this competition is getting to the schools, getting to learners. They're the future engineers, the future scientists, the future designers and lawyers in space. So, what better way?
Okay, so to be very clear, you are actually targeting schools. You're not talking universities. You're asking school learners listening in to say, we want you to suggest a mascot, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. How do they go about doing something? What's the process?
So we've got a website, and they can access us on www.sansa.org.za. There's a pop-up. Go and click on that. It's going to take you to a portal. In the portal, you will go and put in your details. All children under 18 will need parental or guardian approval and consent. You upload your sketch, your painting, your artwork. We request no AI imagery, please. We want it entirely generated by the youngsters. They will make the submission online, and then we will submit all of the entries to a panel of judges that are quite diverse. They're representing arts and culture, science, education, technology, industry, and they're going to get to choose who is the best design option. Now, we don't need brilliant artists. We are going to refine the designs. And even if you're not an artist, you're not a scientist, we still want you to try.
Okay, so you will refine it with your own agency anyway.
Absolutely.
But and what does the winner get besides the plaudits of maybe even talking to the winner on air on the radio like now?
There's cash prizes. You get amazing merchandise from the space agency, so really limited edition branded stuff. You're going to get recognition from our board and our CEO. We will come to the winning 3 schools. So the winner and the 2 runners-up, schools get cash prizes as well. We're hoping to get our minister, Professor Bladen Zamande, to come to the winning school to hand over the check as well. The funds will be used in whatever manner the school needs in terms of generating more learning opportunities. So whatever they need aligned.
Okay, how much of the cash prize? How much will it be worth?
The schools are the winner school is going to get 65,000. The first runner-up, is going to get 25, and the third runner-up 15,000. For the children, the first winner gets 3,000. Then we have 2,500 and 1,000.
Okay, so they all will benefit one way or the other. Just very quickly before I let you go, I mean, we are talking about a mascot. When I think of a mascot, I think of something cuddly, I know, South Africa had like Zakumi, I think it was during the 2010 World Cup, that sort of thing, right? You are talking about something that we can cuddle on. What about the logo you've already got, right? What does your logo look like now?
So our logo is really representing, if you look at it, it's a big S, but it's very spacey. It's got a swish coming out of it to represent orbit, for a rocket launch. It's got these ties to space. So ideally, we want the youngsters to think about space-related items, but definitely something proudly South African. Use our environment, our culture, our traditions, our animals, our scenery. There's beautiful representations of South Africa that we can merge together with elements of space.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, since it's South African only, cut out any submissions based on R2D2. It's not going to get you anywhere, but I look forward to see what people come up with. Vaneshri Maharaj, thanks for your time and best wishes. Looking forward to see how that plays out. And that logo, we have the logo, the mascot for Senza. Now that is a nice challenge. 5:30, here's the news headlines with Greg House.
In the headlines, Mpumalanga taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sivanyonis alleged at the Matlanga Commission that the late taxi boss, Mzwazi Msivi's farm in Pretoria, functioned as an operational and political command centre. The ANC Western Cape caucus has welcomed the resolution by the provincial legislature to pass a proposal for the establishment of an ad hoc committee to probe the causes of killings and other violent crime in that province. And the Red Cross has warned the Nepal flood disaster has left an enormous level of trauma, with estimates suggesting that more than 90,000 people may have been affected. There's a full update at 6 p.m.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Some pressure on heading to the south side of Joburg today with a crash on the Mike 1 southbound just down by Ormonde by Xavier Street. That's a queue from Parktown. That's heavy getting through the Crown Interchange down through Boysons and on towards that one. And also collision at 14th Avenue. So N1 south home to Soweto or beyond is starting to backlog to towards Bayers Nordia. N3 from Alex all the way down to Germiston, fairly heavy today. There's a crash now on the N1 north. It's just happened before you get to the Olifantsfontein exit. So getting up from Buccleuch on that run through mid-road 30. But good news if you use the N17. No obvious roadworks today. Heading home to Brakpan and Springs. That's nice to know on a Friday. There are some delays heading out of Pretoria. The N4 approaching the Cullinan exit. The roadworks there just after Solomon Mashlangu. Heading out towards Eminathleti is where you'll pick up that delay. Durban crash on the N2 going south around Prospecton area. Traffic is starting to move. A little bit slow, but starting to move. M13 coming out of Pinetown towards Paradise Valley. Heading to Stapleton Road, if you like. That's still a bit sluggish, although starting to move better. And the embankment leaving central Durban all backed up towards the M4. Also, the KwaMashu Highway worth a mention. Some heavy pressure getting off Chris Hani over the N2, out through Duffs Road and up into the KwaMashu area. Cape Town collision, Kuberg Road, Plattercliff Road. Traffic all over that junction in the Tableview area. Crash heading north on the N7 before Bosmansdown and the roadworks after Plattercliff Road. So quite heavy on that N7. Starts around the N1 highway. You only get out of it once you get past Malabongwe at Dunoon. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Right, deciding not to not hit save may cost you an afternoon of work, but deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. Here's an example. With Outsurance, 50-year-old Lawrence saves 309 Rand a month on his 2025 VWT Cross. So switch to Outsurance. You too could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. That's out 30754. Licensed insurer at FSP, T's and C's, and further information available online.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
To me, I can think of 5 things that are important to talk about in sport. I'll leave it to you to start.
Well, we start off with athletics this hour, where a high-level delegation from World Athletics and the Confederation of African Athletics will travel to South Africa next week to investigate the problems facing Athletics South Africa. The delegation is expected to meet with the ASA board, SASCOC, Sports Minister Gayton McKenzie, and other key stakeholders. ASA President James Moloi has been suspended since October last year, with his deputy John Matane acting as president, and World Athletics has warned that ASA they must not make any major decisions while the governance issues are being investigated. Meanwhile, in rugby, Springbok coach Rassie Rasmus has confirmed that Cheslin Kolbe and SAfmRadio Mngomezulu will start against the All Blacks in the second Rugby Greatest Rivalry Series test at the DHL Stadium tomorrow in Cape Town. Kolbe returns after recovering from the knock that forced him off in Johannesburg, replacing Kutli Arendse. Mngomezulu steps in at fly half after Handra Pollard was withdrawn following a training niggle, while Manny Libak named as a backup on the bench. Morné van der Berg provides scrum half cover among the replacements, and kickoff is at 5:10, with the Boks aiming to level the series against the fiercest rivals. Meanwhile, in football, with just 15 days to the South African Football Association elective Congress, the Football Mothers Body CEO, Lydia Munyabao, has revealed that not all the regions have wrapped up their elections as yet. A total of 52 regions represented by 3 delegates will be at the SAFA elections in Johannesburg on the 12th of September to cast their vote for the new leadership. While most of the regions have gone through elections, in provinces like KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape, there's still issues, as Munyabao confirms.
We had to, through the Membership Affairs Committee and the chairperson, we had to check the status, especially of the elective congresses of the regions and the associate members, to ensure that all is well on that aspect. There are a number of regions that had issues with their elective congresses. I believe 2 had elections 3 had elections the past weekend. One of them was successfully held, and there's 2 that we are awaiting reports on because there were issues with those elections. And we do have 3 other regions that had indicated that their elections were either at the end of this week or next week. So all that information was submitted to the Governance Committee for their consideration.
Well, don't forget that the SAFA Governance Committee confirmed today that both presidential candidates, Danny Jordan and Sandile Zungu, are eligible for the elections. Meanwhile, Mamelodi Sundowns winger Siyanda Ndlovu says that the challenge awaiting them in the second leg of the MTN 8 semi-final against Golden Arrows is fully understood, particularly with the Brazilians on the back foot. Sundowns travelled to Kings Welitini Stadium needing to overturn a 1-0 deficit from the first leg in Atteridgeville, with Arrows having emerged as something of a hoodoo opponent in recent meetings. Ndlovu will face his former club and knows firsthand how difficult Arrows can be on home soil. Meanwhile, Kaizer Chiefs could be forced to play the next Betway home match against Suwelele at Dobsonville Stadium. The Soweto Giants are looking for a new venue after FNB Stadium became unavailable due to the Springboks Rugby Championship clash against the All Blacks on the 5th of September. Chiefs had hoped to move the fixture to the Royal Bafokeng Stadium in Rustenburg, but the venue is already scheduled to host Marumo Gallants against Polokwane City on the 4th of September. And the club has also registered Moses Mabhida Stadium and Peter Mokaba Stadium as alternative home venues, but both have reportedly been ruled out by the PSL because of concerns over the condition of their pitches. Just lastly, keeping you up to date with what's happening in terms of that clash between the Proteas and Namibia. Namibia won by 18 runs in their response. Remember, Namibia first posted 163 for 9 in the 20 overs, and unfortunately in response, South Africa were all out for 145 for 9 in their 20 overs. With that said, it is a wrap from my side. Ashraf.
Don't go. Well, I'll ask you something very quickly, firstly.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I mean, lots of sport this weekend. You can't watch every sporting event, but if I asked you to choose 3 that you're going to attend, or you're going to watch rather, what would they be?
I'm definitely going to watch the Springboks. That is the one that I'm definitely going to watch.
And
Orlando Pirates MTN8.
Springboks, Orlando Pirates, MT8, and not Mamelodi Sundowns were losing 1-0 from that first leg. I'll tell you what I'll be doing. I'll be watching the All Blacks for sure against the Springboks, number one. I may watch the MTN8, may not, because I've got just too many competing things. I will watch Man United after the defeat. They need my support on Sunday, I think it is, right? and I will watch what is called the 360 Super Cup, which is, by the way, paddle. It's a paddle tournament of different leagues playing together. In my league, or my team is Team Paddle. So I'll be watching and supporting Team Paddle in the 360 Cup, okay, all around Joburg. That's my plan. Now, listen, having said all of that, right, I heard you're going on a holiday. People go on long leave in December, man. But you, want to take leave now.
I need a break. So I'm going to be taking a break for a bit of a while. But I'm definitely going to miss our listeners and you, of course.
Okay, and you're coming back when? Just so we can diarize it.
I'm going to come back in October.
Okay, that's like these MPs in Parliament. They go away for a month off and they're like, see you later. October. Well, have a fabulous... I need a break to me.
Thank you very much, Ashraf.
From yesterday's headlines to tomorrow's questions, 90 years of conversation.
Happy 90th anniversary to the SAFM, the heartbeat of the nation. We do not see you necessarily, we hear you, but we see you in our hearts as you deliver national and international news. May you soldier on against the challenges of digital change and adapt. We will be with you through thick and thin. All of the very best. Your trusted listeners. Umelelo Bond Nyoka. Thank you.
South Africa has changed. SAFM has evolved. The conversation continues. SAFM.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Jimmy Muya, last numbers for the weekend.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. The markets are closing out in rather interesting territory. We, about an hour ago, got comments from the Fed chair, Kevin Walsh, around the fact that inflation is still a key focus for the U.S. government and for the U.S. central bank. This is, of course, at the Jackson Hole Symposium that's taking place. That sent a lot of strength back into the U.S. dollar. The rand is back above 16 rand as a result, back at 16 rand 14 cents. But it also did inject quite a bit of momentum into the equity markets. The U.S. markets at the moment are in the green. European markets were all in the green. The only market that really finished in the red was in Shanghai, but that was trading early in the hours of early today. So we expect that reaction will probably filter into the market by next week. Our own local markets, though, finished well in the green. Financial stocks up 1.3%, industrials 1.1%, resource stocks 1.1%, the all share 1.1%, and the top 40 1.25% to the green. The gold price selling off quite a bit off the back of those movements back at $4,540 a finance. Platinum was briefly above $1,900. It's back at $1,880. Palladium has finally made it above $1,400 a finance at $1,450, the biggest winner on the day from a commodities perspective. The oil price still just below $90 a barrel, and hopefully it will remain at those levels. the rand a little weaker against the British pound and the euro as well. It's at 21 rand 87 against the British pound, 18.71 against the euro, and one Bitcoin is just shy of the 80,000 rand mark. With that weaker rand, it puts it just around the 1.3 million rand mark, depending on which price you're looking at. We go into the weekend with a slightly weaker rand, ever so slightly. We will hope that this is not the end for the rand. We have one final trading day for the month of August that will be taking place on Monday as we wrap up the full month, and we see how it is that the month closes out. We go into the last quarter of the year optimistic off the back of the sentiments that are being echoed at the moment out of Jackson Hole. We'll see what happens for the rest of the symposium. It is set to take place until at least tomorrow, so if there are any other announcements that come out there that might move the markets, that could affect us going into next week. We've also got results out of our state-owned entity in Eskom coming out next week as well. We'll keep an eye on those and bring those to the listeners. But for now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, have a fabulous weekend. I'm sure you're going to be watching the Box against the All Blacks too, amongst other things, Jimmy. But we'll talk on Monday.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
And you know, John Herrica's weekly wrap comes up from 6 to 7, so don't miss that, right? Let's talk about another issue, which we're almost at the very end of Women's Month, right? And therefore there's a huge emphasis on women's empowerment all month long, of course, right? Now, here's another story. In Mpumalanga-based women-led SME, Samanjalo, they're turning mining waste into low-carbon construction products. And that in doing that, they also tackle major issues facing the province, or solutions, pollution and youth unemployment. Let's find out more about how they do what they do and how they've thrived. With me is Prudence Simelane, who's the founder and CEO of Samanjalo. Prudence, you're on the pulse. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Well, I mean, tell us your story in terms of, you know, first of all, I'm very impressed by what you do. How did you get to starting to do it in the first place?
Well, the nice thing about this is the fact that I'm born in the area where I'm actually doing the project. So seeing this air that we breathe in the form of pollution and thinking that it's actually a nice curtain is something that we've experienced, you know, from a very long time ago, like personally. So this is about eventually, when you grow up, realizing that this problem is actually quite serious because of relatives and people that you know that have been affected and contracted TB, for example, as part of this pollution. You then try and see what solutions can come out of this kind of a place. And I think the closure of the Highveld mine and what it did to employment in the area was another motivation to seek for these type of solutions in these mining dense kind of places.
Okay, so you saw a problem and you wanted to provide a solution. So
Correct.
What did you think your solution needed to be, and how then did you go about doing so?
So in my case, we've got like a number of mountains all around us. I never knew that they were actually not God created. I thought they were natural mountains, and only to realize when you grow up that this is ash dumps, and they're coming from the production of electricity that comes out of the power stations that are around us. So then the question is, how then do you become a solution to this waste material? And this is the collaboration and the networks that we then started to develop with one of the leading research institutes to see what solutions and what technology can be employed to actually convert that waste material into usable products.
Okay, and then doing that, I mean, what about your personal experience? I mean, you know, what's your own journey? Because, you know, one thing is saying, I see these mountains, as you've said, but like, you know, to get into it means you must have some level of expertise. What's your journey been like?
Actually not. I'm from the finance background, so I did a BCom degree, and a lot of people think that I came into this because I'm an engineer. No, that's not the case. So it's more an idea that my husband had because he was running a brick manufacturing business, and then in our conversation it was like, what are the ingredients to this production process and can we change some of the inputs? And that's where the exploration actually started.
Okay, and then I understand, I mean, a key part of setting up your business, Samanjalo, you needed funding, and you received it from the United Kingdom. Tell me about that.
Yes, it's a very high fixed cost business, and it's not that simple. So in the beginning, obviously, you try very hard to try and source funding from agencies and other places, and you realize that eventually it's not going to work unless you put your own pound to the flesh and you contribute. So basically what happened is we started it off with our own personal funding, and then that helped, I guess, whoever was interested to see the seriousness that we want to invest into the business, as opposed to waiting for an external fund, an external funding. So that was an attraction that got us the attention of some of the international funders that eventually came on board.
And they approached you, or you knocked on their door?
Say that again?
Did you knock on their door, or they approached you?
So this we do through different agencies. Like, for example, you've got the Timologong present that present these type of platforms where you can go and pitch. You've got your Indalos that are presenting these type of platforms. So this is about reaching out to those type of avenues and then go sell the idea. So they saw us at those type of events.
I understand. Right. How then, once you received the funding and you're up and running now, so let's get back to the two issues. How have you solved the pollution problem in that region? How have you solved the unemployment problem in that region?
Well, it's a continuous process. So you're not gonna produce one brick and all of a sudden pollution is gone. This is you now saying, I am playing a role in redefining our processing methodologies, which is more linear, right? We excavate and then we process and then we throw away. So how we're solving is by just making our mark in bringing back that waste material into usable products, which is what we are doing with the production that we're making. So it's not an overnight kind of a solution which you will see that, oh wow, these mountains are gone. But the hope and the trust that we have and the vision that we have is that we will eat it just like an elephant, one bit at a time, staying on it and eventually getting the results we're looking for.
Okay, and then finally, I mean, that point of turning mining waste into low-carbon construction products, because, I mean, the issue of environmental damage is such a big issue. It's come to the fore once again regarding Nepal, right? Practically, how does that work?
So how it works is that so there's different waste materials that you get, whether you're getting it from coal ash or you're getting it from chrome waste and all of that. So sometimes it's a combination of that material, including some sort of like a binder that allows you to, one, have the benefit of carbon reduction in the production process, and then also number two, ensuring that in terms of your curing, you have the benefit of curing quicker than you would ordinarily. So this is just a matter of identifying those inputs, which luckily have also been declassified as hazardous material and can go through the process of the processing of manufacturing, and that's how we actually came to the idea.
Okay, and just lastly, what happens next for you?
Next for us is continuous growth, because right now our economic entry into this industry was through brick making. It was the easiest. We would like to expand ourselves beyond just that. Like, for example, what you can do with the technology and the waste material, you can manufacture things like roof tiles, you can manufacture stormwater drainage pipes. So it's to expand our product range, and that also allows us to actually consume far much more than what we're doing right now, speeding up our pace of making a mark within this industrial waste sphere.
Okay, well, let's leave it at that. You climb one mountain, another big mountain to climb. So I've heard that story, and best wishes in what you do next. Prudence Simelane, founder, CEO of SAfmRadio, providing, support in terms of solutions to the environment, but also creating jobs and being in business at the same time. I mean, that's the win-win-win scenario. Thanks for your time.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, there's lots of further comments from you, and I need to make sure that I hear what you have to say. There's lots of comments. Well, first again on the majority on the mayor of Joburg.
Ashraf, once you become a leader, once you accept a nomination to become a leader of any institution, in particular political party, it means you have surrendered your privacy, your personality, you have surrendered everything, even your ethics. Meaning what you are going to subject yourself to any criticism and insult and harassment and abuse, including even assault, because it's possible by the masses. It's possible that masses can assault you, they can burn your property, they can do anything to you. So Dada Marero has crossed the line. That is non-negotiable. Dada Marero has crossed the line, because these people, communities can go to an extent of labeling you a witch. Anything and everything is suited, you must accept it. Dada Marero has crossed the line. Active citizen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that input. That's what I said. You can take offense, but it doesn't mean you must articulate your offense publicly. Points taken. Dan in Durban, hi.
Hi, Mr. Ashraf. How are you, sir?
I'm good indeed. Good to talk to you, Dan. Right? What's your point?
Yeah. My point is, I actually agree with the previous caller to say that Mr. Dada Moreno, what he has done is called career suicide. Because if you think about it, I also agree with one of the previous callers who said he should have called the community member up in the podium and say, state your facts, tell me why you're calling me a criminal.
Good afternoon,
instead of discharging his gun like that there.
Well, point made. I don't have to add to that. Thanks for that, Dan, right?
Thanks, Mr. Ashraf.
Thank you so much. Thanks for calling in, and great that you're listening into the show, right? Here's an interesting thought.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. It's Nicholas from Emakazin. You see, Dada's behavior is a behavior of someone who knows that he is not coming back as the executive mayor. So he does not want whoever that will emerge to gain an advantage and take over that office. It has nothing to do with emotions and so forth, but it's just him saying, if I'm not going to the office, I will throw out my toys. Whoever gets hurt, I don't care.
And then who benefits from that? Then why did he apologize?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Listen, we mustn't be told lies here by these police ministers telling us that the crime has decreased. There's no crime that has decreased here. The crime is even getting worse. I don't know where do they take this data from when they come tell us all this nonsense that the crime has decreased. There's no crime that has decreased here. It's even worse than before. Yeah, it's Sweetie here from Mood.
Thanks for that, Sweetie. What's your facts for saying it's getting worse?
The question now, Ashraf, is has the crime levels decreased, or have people just found it useless to report it?
Look, that's also possible. There's apathy, but I mean, I think that will apply to minor crime, petty crime. I think violent crime is what the biggest focus is, and I don't think you'll be a victim of violent crime and just leave it alone.
Ashraf, greetings, incognito Durban. I would like to concur with the previous, well, not so previous now, depending on what timestamp this voice note gets played. But I don't think that the crime statistics have went down or gone down. Just these past weekends, 2 weekends or so, we've heard about the murders of the police, and those two ladies there in Gauteng. So when they were taking these statistics, did they take that into consideration? And all of the statistics that we sit with here in the villages, in the rural areas, where we are not so prominent, incognito.
Well, don't say crimes incognito, just by the way. Listen, they didn't say crimes disappeared. They said it's gone down. Down doesn't mean it's over. And statistics, there's a 3-month period, 3 months, 4 quarters. So that ends in March. That's where they've taken it to. So it's not your issue of last week. That must still come.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Afternoon, South Africa. Well, in relation to the ANC being corrupt, let us not try the ANC in the courts of public opinion. South Africa is a constitutional democracy where due processes must be followed. If there is a member of the ANC who is corrupt, people must go to the reason, so and so is corrupt. If they're scared to open a case, some of us will prosecute, we will open a case on their behalf. Let us stop calling people names without due process having been followed. Major from Guatemala.
Well, look, I agree with you, Major. That's why often people talk and they say so-and-so is a crook and they have not been convicted, and we can't say that.
Hi, Ashraf. Yeah, well, I think Dada Morero's apology is accepted. But, man, he lost it. He lost it. Not at this point in time. I mean, politicians called them each other names in parliament. Criminals. The other day they were saying Julius Malema cannot even win a PlayStation game. And why would really Dada Morero took a serious offense if it's a language of politicians in chambers? I don't understand it. But anyway, he did well by apologizing.
Thanks for that. Well, I think you've said it. I don't have to add to it.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, the utterance response of Dada Morero to one particular supporter. My brother is going to push ANC even more under the bus. Guess what? Other politicians are going to use that response as the weapon against the ANC in the coming election. Thank you, my brother.
Well, listen, I mean, let's end with that. Listen, that's what political parties do at the moment. So sometimes you set your own trap for yourself. And when you have a situation like this, where the mayor says what he just said, it's very difficult. Well, politicians don't ignore you, other parties. And they're going to pick it up. They're going to find your weaknesses and they're going to show you up in a poor light. And you've given them evidence to do that. Okay, lots to think about. So it is a big sporting weekend. 2 MTN8 games, Orlando Pirates game, Sundowns, of course, in action. But the big game, Springboks All Blacks. Look forward to watching that. I'll certainly watch it. And I'll play. And I'll watch some paddle as well. Thanks for listening. As always, catch the podcast. All of them available, SAfm.co.za. In the hot seat now, well, is, as always, with the news at 6, like punctually so, Greg Host.
Thank you again, Ashraf. Hope you have a relaxing weekend ahead. Sibanyoni makes allegations against late taxi boss, and the MK party defends its latest expulsions. Good evening. Mpumalanga taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni is alleged to the Matlanga Commission that late taxi boss Mzwazi Msibi's farm in Pretoria functioned as an operational and political command centre. He says his allegations are based on his experience and knowledge of the taxi industry. Sibanyoni further alleged there were widespread reports that Msibi's influence extended into government and state structures.
And I have set out in Part C1 of this statement, it functioned as the operational and political command center of an organization that wielded power far beyond the boundaries of the minibus taxi industry.